life. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm pretty much content with just rhyming all day.
Or Digital can instantly share pictures.
I can start. Hello. I am sorry, but I must interrupt this show. Later, you know what it is. Hey, Ham Solo. It's time, baby. Low. Let's turn out we do. Hey. They said we said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said we strong. They said we said we go. We say that you heard right. 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 They said we said we in. They said we said we on. They said we said strong. They said we said go. We say that you heard right. We say that you heard right. We say that you heard right. We say that you man. I swear that it's imminent. I've been going so hard on my penmanship. About to go in and buy me a wheel. And I pull that shit fresh off the dealership. I can leave you in red like an Xbox. Got me laughing at you like you Red Fox. Got you chasing Hot Wheels like a Matchbox. EA running the game and it don't stop. Super cold like I'm playing for Blizzard. Cut you all in my sights like Red Dead Redemption. Never gonna slip on my pimpin'. Better get out my way, bitch. I'm on a mission. Really ain't no competition. I'm steady grilling opposition. I'm get up and ready to win. They can play it how they play, but fuck what you say. I'm getting this money today. Last of us like a dying breed. Down the ride like a noble steed. Fatality moves, I make you bleed. That's on any game, that's on any screen. Shut up and give me your money. They said we so lit. Even if I take an L, we coming back just to show that we don't quit. They said we said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said we strong. They said we said we go.
Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another installment of Everything Plus Gaming on TSWS. My name's Loke7, and joining me as always is these fine gentlemen. Taye, all the way from Ireland, Nigeria. Oshus, all the way from Gunagang, South Africa. Welcome in. Oshus, how are you? What you been playing?
Yeah, man, I'm all good. What have I been playing? Clear Obscure, of course. Clear Obscure, and WWE 2K24. Those were the
Do you
primary.
plan on ever finishing South of Midnight?
Uh, it's a good question. And actually, I had an opportunity because we had a little bit of a long weekend. I had an opportunity to do it, but I will get to it. Let me make it a point before end of this month. So in the next couple of days, I'll see if I can't find time to finish it. But yeah. Good point.
You really should get into it, man. It's a great game. It's a great game. I'm looking forward to when it comes on PlayStation as well. It's gonna be an awesome seller, in my opinion, considering that what's it called? Indiana Jones is popping off on PlayStation really well. People are buying the crap out of that game, so I'm sure South of Midnight, when it finally gets to PlayStation, is also going to do numbers. Welcome in, Taye. How are you doing in Dublin, Nigeria? What you been playing?
I'm good. What have I been playing? Nothing, but I did subscribe back to Game Pass to to delight in Avowed, South of Midnight, Atomfall, Clear Obscure, Oblivion Remaster, Doom soon, and probably Outer Worlds.
That doesn't sound delightful. That doesn't sound delightful.
It sounds amazing. There's a lot.
Sounds like drowning. Sounds like drowning.
There's just too much content. So I think the winner is always going to be the one that has the best story or the most innovative one, and I think Clear Obscure is going to take that mantle.
Probably.
So that's one we're going to play. Yeah. Something of Midnight could have gotten a good shout because it is a small title, so something you can finish, in like maybe 15 hours, right? 20 hours, maybe.
You could do it in a day.
You could do it in a day, yeah. So there's a chance I might give that a look, but right now I'm just going to focus on Clear Obscure. I'm putting Shadows down for a little bit because that's just one of those games where you can't read, like it's too big,
You can finish Shadows in the next 4 years. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I have over like 100 hours in Metaphor. Shadows is a game that I'm probably going to do 50 hours in, maybe 60, 70, whereas Clear Obscure probably shorter. But even if it's not shorter, what Claire does is, from what I can see, is that like it has a really gripping story, right? And for me, story over anything. So yeah, I'm going to focus on that.
Oh yeah, that story is something else. I mean, the gaming is also transcendent. The fighting.
I actually have a question
It's
for you
crazy.
on that, but maybe when we get into clear, I'll ask you.
Yeah. Let me just finish. Let me just greet the chat. Welcome in. Sour Blow says Lakers in 5, Lakers in 5. 3 laughing emojis. It's tragic. It's tragic, Sour Blow, because everyone believed it was Lakers in 5, but the other way around. But now it's Lakers in 5 because we're getting our ass beat. That's what's happening. It's funny. It's very funny. Rachie welcome in says, who cried in the prologue of Clear Obscure? I did not cry. It definitely hit me in the
Man,
feels, though. It hit me in
that's
the
it.
feels.
Yeah,
Ushers, what do you think
yeah.
about that prologue?
Man, it's heavy. Like, and it's heavy from like the onset up until you think, okay, cool. After that, first big opening, then you're thinking, okay, cool. Like, now we're in this other place, so maybe things have calmed down, and they're gonna ease me in. And then again, there's another flipping when the expedition starts. I'm like, what the freaking hell is going
Yeah.
on here? And then yes, so it just keeps pushing you from one emotional, um, I'll say story thread to another, and it did so good. Like it did so well that yeah, uh, you can't help but feel emotional. I did feel a tear jerk.
Yeah.
Question
And
for
I'm
you
sure
guys
by
on
the
that.
time we finish that game, anyone that says they finished the whole game without a drop is like, all right. Do you have a heart? Show us. We need evidence. Like, show us your doctor's report and everything, bro. Like, we need to be sure that we're dealing with a human being here. Ty,
So
just the
good.
not the whole story, because there's a whole bunch of heart wrenching sections. The prologue, did it evoke heart straining emotions?
I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it will, and that's what I was gonna actually ask you guys. But and I'll just say here that JRPG games are very very good at this. They're very good at making you care. They're very good at kind of like jerking you around from an emotional perspective. I think Metaphor does a good job in some aspects of that as well. Although I don't think the
But in
story
the
is the same.
prologue, Ty,
In the
the
prologue, yeah,
prologue.
in the prologue,
Yeah,
they'll like if you play Xenoblade Chronicles, like no spoilers, but everyone's cool, everything's happy, and then shit hits the fan really fast, and then
And
you keep playing, and then people die that you're thinking, no,
but
why
Ty,
would you?
people die. Listen, comparison is important, all right?
Hmm.
Please, no one call me a bully here. People die in Horizon. Don't nobody give a shit.
Hmm.
So
it's
what
like
is it? What's the magic? What's the magic sauce? What gets the blood pumping?
But you see, that's what I'm saying. This is a JRPG trope, I think, where they're very good at writing these kind of emotional feel stories, and they make you care. I think the Western devs do it too, as well. Of course, Cyberpunk did it a little bit. I think
Oh my
Witcher.
God, with Jackie. Oh my
yeah.
Yeah,
So it
Lord.
yeah,
was very similar angle, like with Jackie,
yeah.
where you
But
didn't see it
JRPG
coming.
devs, they're very the way they do it is a little bit like it's a little bit in your face, and I think if the execution
That's the
isn't as
problem.
good, it can be bad because it's kind of
Mm.
like, yo, what's going on here? Like they'll throw you from left to right and give you a wealth of emotions at the very very start. Um, but the way you guys were talking about it and the way everyone's talking about it, it feels like yeah, that's a very JRPG thing. I'm like, yeah, for sure.
Oh my God, dude, that prologue.
Yeah.
Richie is saying who cry? No, sorry. Sour Blow says I just had something in my eye. Yep, facts, bro. It was something in our eyes. That's what actually happened. Welcome in, Drawn TJ. Vic, welcome in. Says what's up? What's up, Mega Mind? I think Mega Mind's definitely for you, Washes. That one has to be for you. Mm, stop it with the repetitive complaints. Sour Blow, everything's repetitive. Fuzzy says Shadows took me well over 100 hours. I was really hoping for a Lakers Cavs final. Man, Fuzzy, if I was you, I would bet against the Lakers Cavs final. I would bet against any final that has the Lakers or the Cavs. Because if you watched the Celtics, if you've been watching the Celtics, I don't know, man. It's not looking pretty for everyone out in the East. It's not looking pretty. I can't see anyone getting past the Celtics. Lakers Cavs would have been fun. It would have been very emotional, especially for LeBron, you know? Would have been so emotional. Dave Reezy, what's happening? Says Osha's hate is bigger than Luke's forehead. There's a huge task to fill, but yet he's done it. Dave Reezy, for that, you go on the screen, brother. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Fuzzy says the music made the scene. Yeah, it's definitely part of it. Vincent Vega, welcome in. Says, good evening, gentlemen. Clear Obscure Prologue definitely left a tear. I'm telling you, man. Ty, when you play that prologue, we can have this discussion. It is, oh my God. Like, I don't know. It's amazing. It's amazing. Broman Fifth Floor says, go see Sinners. Enough said. Has anyone here
Yes.
seen Sinners?
I've
I've
seen
thought
it.
about it, but I haven't taken the time to go check it out. All right, brief thoughts then. Let's go around the table. Oshus, thoughts on Sinners?
I have not seen it yet. I still need to go see it.
Aye. Why are you telling everyone to go see it if you ain't seen it yet?
Because I'm a
Sit
Ryan
down.
Coogler fan.
Sit down. Sit down. Ty, why should people go watch Sinners?
People should go watch Sinners because it's taken. It's if you're a fan of music, like from an artistic point of view, he does a great job at showing that, illustrating that in the in the movie. Um, the funny thing is they don't actually need the sci-fi-ish or fantasy stuff. It's just a really good movie. It's well written, and the characters are likable, and they give you a good backstory for every single body as well. So it's a really good movie. I would say it's Ryan Coogler's probably best directed movie. Now I might be reaching there because I haven't seen all his movies, but definitely I say it's better than Black Panther for sure. But yeah, if you like music, you like fiction, you like a compelling story, this is it. It's a really good movie. It's really well done.
I like action. I'm an action guy. Is this one of those movies where, like, like 2/3 of the movie is just dialogue, and then we get some action peppered in, maybe at the end?
Um, Actually, it doesn't have that much action. I'll say, to be honest with you. Towards the end, you see a little bit of something, but it's not really an action movie. It's more probably thriller slash horror. I'll say it goes towards that angle. Thriller slash horror with a good dose of music. Like there's one scene that I think is like a scene that you could go on YouTube and just to watch. Just the vibe of that scene is really really well done.
I'll wait
Um,
for the Netflix. I'll wait for the
Go and
Netflix.
watch it,
I'm
Joe.
sorry.
Support the Black Brothers.
No, man. Like, and that's the thing, bro. Like, I don't believe in this thing of, oh, black person made X, thou shalt consume X. I'm not that guy. I want, I want to watch things that I like or that I'm into, and I want to support things that I want to see more of. And dude, you hate me if you want. I want action, bro. I want lots of action. I want gore. I want blood. I want like bullets flying. I want action. I'm not
I
looking for thrillers or horrors or whatever.
yeah no.
And
Then I think
if it's a thriller, I want it to be something like a detective kind of thing, where like the who done it of like Knives Out or something like that. But leaning into horror, it's not really my bag. Really not my bag. Osha, sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
no. I was saying like if like to me from what I've heard, it's literally the first 2/3 of the movie is like the setup, and it's like if you going for the horror, like the vampires are literally like the last 20 minutes. Best comparison I've heard is that it's similar to From Dusk Till Dawn. That's how it's kind of structured, loosely though. But yeah. So if you're an
Oh,
action person, I
from Dusk
wonder.
Till Dawn was nice though. From Dusk Till
Yeah.
Dawn was very nice. I don't know. I'll think about it, but right now I'm leaning towards, you know what? If I'm going to the movies, I'll go watch the Thunderbolts or something. 'Cause I'm the guy that wants explosions. I'm the your typical moviegoer, Ty. I'm sorry. I'm not looking for too much of introspection. If you're good enough to make the introspection to bake it into your movie, that's awesome. You'll see me there. But if your movie is introspection, the movie, and then action, you know, just uh, s- s- like there's little smudges of it on the edges. I'm good, bro. I'm all right. I'm not even saying it's a bad movie. It's just not for me. Vince's Loke licks movies, man. Let's not get too lewd. We're only 15 minutes in. All right, we got about 3-4 hours today. All right, let's not get too. Let's keep it together, people. Keep it together. Don't start too soon. Anyways, let's get to the first piece of news of today, which is Russia moves to seize World of Tanks developer over Ukraine support. So yeah, we're stepping into it, guys. The whole political thing. Yeah, we're doing all of that. We're doing all of that. So if you ain't trying to get into the political side of gaming, well, the politics done stepped into gaming. That's what's happening. Now we have to pretend that the politics don't exist because literally they're walking into gaming. Here it is. Russia is accusing Leicester and Wargaming of engaging in extremist activities. How long, right? How long until Orange Man Bad says certain games should be acquired by the US government? Because, oh shit. All right. Let's get into the article. Court documents obtained by RIA show that the state has moved to essentially entirely absorb the company, which split from Wargaming in 2022. Here's the quote. Statement of claim by the Deputy Prosecutor General of Russia to prohibit the activities of the association consisting of VV Kisley and MA Katazayev, and to transfer shares in the authorized capital of the defendants to the state. Yo! That's crazy. The quotes continue. Sergei Bukatovsky expressed his personal opinion on social media, which categorically does not reflect the position of the company, a Wargaming representative said at the time. He has been let go and is no longer at the company. I'd fire all of you guys if the US government tried to take over TSWS. I'd fire everyone here. Reportedly, the Russian Prosecutor General's office believes that Lester Malik, Katsayev, and Wargaming.net owner Victor Kisley are part of an association that carries out extremist activities. To support this, the state used headlines that highlighted Ukrainian soldiers playing wargaming titles on the front line following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What? Wargaming support of Ukraine via charity work is also cited as the reason for the siege. Yeah, okay, well, this one's reasonable. It's reasonable because you're literally giving money to them. In 2023, Wargaming 2023, Wargaming launched Ukraine-themed bundles featuring valuable in-game content across 6 of its games. 100% of the proceeds from these bundles went towards purchasing specialized ambulances equipped with life-saving equipment, including defibrillators, cardiac monitors, and oxygen tanks. Another quote says, C-type ambulances are highly specialized vehicles equipped with essential defibrillators, cardiac monitors, oxygen tanks, and artificial lung ventilator devices needed to keep the injured alive until they can reach an operating room. Each ambulance funded will help save hundreds of lives. I guess the Russians saw this as will help save hundreds of enemy combatants. That's pretty much it. That's the gist of it, boys. Tai, thoughts on this situation?
This is actually quite interesting because it's the first time I'm hearing about it. But I think it just kind of highlights that if you go against a nation, and they'll find a way to kind of come at you. Now the thing is, if this was any other country in the West, remember the evil West that we hate so much, and you could probably take the government to court, and you could probably
Yep.
win, and everything will be fixed. But unfortunately, this is Russia, dictatorship,
Mhm.
so that probably won't happen. It's funny because I know some friends who they were very like supportive of Russia and whatever it's doing. I always find these people bizarre because I don't know why you support a tyrant, a dictator, or someone like who does things like this, who has no accountability. But this is just another clear example of the West being better than the East, maybe if that's what you want to call it. This is not good. It's not great, and if they can do this to these guys, they can do it to pretty much any company that's been that has a base there. So I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what the fallout will be. Are these guys? Do they have other operations in different states? Like Cyprus, for example, in the West or wherever where Russia can't get their hands on them. So I'm just not too sure what this means because this is all like news to me. So I'm going to do a bit of research into it to see what's going to happen. But just to round it up, it doesn't look good, and anybody who is supportive of Russia should be condemning this nonsense.
This is the type of stuff you can expect, bro. This right here. Ron Slasher welcome in says Russian girls are hot. Can confirm, Ron Slasher. Can confirm. Also says breaking news: Zangief has been removed from Street Fighter. Oh my goodness. Batitka's Prime welcome in. Have a please everyone smash the like button. Get us out into that algorithm, please. Please get us out into that algorithm. Raichi says Jehovah's Witness, the Magiles of the Crimean Tears. Okay, are all considered dangerous extremists in Russia. Anything is extremist there. Raichi, without getting too political, right? I'm going to keep this surface level. I'm going to keep it surface level without getting too political, Raichi. It's not just Russia. Everyone that's in love with communism, you're in for a bad time. If you ever win, you're in for a bad time. It's never worked out for anyone, but you know how to make communism work. All right, buddy. Go ahead. Oshus, what do you think about Russia moving to seize World of Tanks developer?
I think it comes with the territory, man. Like, I mean, if you are doing business in Russia or any of these type of countries, like even China, you know that like there's aggressive censorship, and yeah, sometimes, regardless of how you believe in something, sometimes yeah, you should just keep it to yourself and your circle. Uh, because again, like Ty is right. Like this is where the West wins hands down because most Western countries have democratic laws that would never allow things like this. Dot dot dot. In some circumstances, of course, we've seen like even like recently in the last 3 months, we've seen that extreme things can happen, but you need to sort of also be be responsible for yourself.
Oh, Vincent Vega, get the fuck out of here. But Ditka's Prime, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into that. Big Mad Mo, welcome in. Says Xbox #Xbox invades enemy territory. How do you invade enemy territory with your orifices open, ready for penetration? Big Bad Mo. I don't know how that counts as invasion. Also says #boot on next season in full effect. If you build it, they will come. Game Pass. All right. But Titka's Prime, we're going to get into the whole Yote thing. Oshus, I hope I didn't interrupt too soon, or had you already made your
No, no,
point?
no, 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 no. I made my point. Like, no, like, dude, like, it's just if you live in those countries, dude, you know what comes with the territory. So, as much as I empathize with the dude, yeah, it's stuff like that is gonna happen. Is the company based in Russia?
Yeah, it's Russians.
Oh, jeez, I get.
Yeah,
Yeah, you need
it's
to.
Russian devs. When they made this
I think
thing,
I think there were I think they're based in Europe, but they had operations in Russia, and
mhm.
when I think Wargaming exited Russia, but there was maybe a subsidiary or whatever that called Leicester that was dealing with the maybe the gaming side of things in Russia, right? I mean, it's maybe
Mhm.
like the same way how maybe a publisher you might find a publisher to publish your games in Asia. I think I'm not too sure, and Russia is just like we're just gonna claim Leicester, whatever it is, or whatever the subsidiary was doing. So I don't know if the actual company itself still has operations in a different location, and they just kind of took a partner studio, whatever it is. I need to look into it. But yeah, it seems like, I mean, they've claimed something anyway. So
Oh yeah, they're definitely claiming whatever's in Russia. That's gone, bro. There's no court in Russia that's going to oppose the Russian DA. It is what it is. Whatever's in Russia, right? If these devs aren't in Russia, they probably shouldn't go back because whatever offices were there, that's it. It's Dunzo. You know, whatever assets, Dunzo as well. So it is what it is.
Claimed.
Yep. Reezy says, did Usher spread his daily Xbox hate yet? I'll come back when he's done. LOL.
I don't know if he
Not
does
yet.
that.
Not yet. But today we're gonna try and keep it in check, right, Ty? We're gonna put in some effort to keep him in check. Rachie says, Comrade Lenin would be flavory disappointed to what happened to this to what island and ideology. I don't know. First off, where's the top spots? Not Sony. What are we talking about, Mo? I don't understand. What exactly are we talking about here? Anyways, this is what's happening. And for me, right, I highlighted this specific area of the article because I don't know. For me, it seems kind of wild, right, to say that it's an extremist position because they were well, okay, sorry, it's not wild. That's what I'm saying. It's not wild when you're engaged in war. And here I'm not defending Russia, guys, please. Osha's tie, I'm not defending Russia, all right? I'm just looking at the philosophy of the thing, right? If country A is at war with country B, anyone that is located or from country A that is providing any sort of support to country B is seen as an enemy to country A. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Am I making everyone a Russian bot right now? I'm just saying, like, the
That makes
philosophy of the
logical
thing.
sense, yeah.
Let's just be honest. Yeah, let's just use logic right now. What they're saying actually makes sense to say that they're essentially looking at this company as like supporting the enemy or whatever. So they had to take measures. All I'm saying is one, that it makes sense, but also two, to Taye's point, for all the people that are always crapping on the West, this would never happen. If God forbid the US was ever in war with Mexico and someone made a video game, an American made a video game, and some of the proceeds of those video games of that video game was going directly to support people that were injured in Mexico or Mexicans that were injured, Mexican soldiers or whatever, I'm sure that the US government would not be trying to shut down this company. I don't think that's what they would be doing. Maybe if the proceeds were going to buying weapons for the enemy, that's another level. But buying medical equipment, I think that wouldn't be seen as extremist, right? "Quote unquote extremist behavior."
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rachie says not support.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, go ahead, Ty.
No, I agree with you. Like
Yeah.
it's charity work basically. So I think
Essentially,
it's wild when like a country is like, okay, there are enemies, but you want to help the civilians, you want to help people who are dying. Like that's a bit wild, you know.
yeah.
Like you said, if it was weapons, then that's a different story altogether.
That's what we call extremist behavior. I would say the country's behavior is what I would call extremist behavior.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oshus, you agree?
Yeah, pretty much.
This is beautiful. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm pretty much on the same page with you guys on that. It's just, like, regardless of, like, what the conflict is, there's certain things, like, if you live in a country, you want to have certain protections, especially against the government. Like, you need to have certain things that you're secure about. That, listen, I can have an opinion without the government. coming to seize
Doing
my
something.
assets.
Yeah,
Like, can you imagine?
exactly.
Like, it's so outrageous to me, and to me again, it's why you don't want. And I always say that, like, being allied to these sort of countries is also a very dangerous thing.
Aye,
Especially
Oshus, call it by its name, bro. Call it by
what's
its name because you and I have lived under this boot. A lot of these people that support this stuff, they don't even know what they think
oh,
communism
communism.
is.
No,
They,
yeah,
they think communism is, oh, I have a loaf of bread, I'll have a third, Tayo will have a third, Oshus will have a
yeah.
third. That's not what communism is, motherfucker.
Mm-mm.
That's not what it is.
Unfortunately, not.
Yeah, but
Um,
carry on, finish your point.
No, no. So that's all I was saying. Is just that, like, and with us, because of the fact that, like, where we are now, I watched a clip actually on Twitter. A black American general who's responsible, I think, for relations in Central Africa, and he was
Mm.
saying exactly that. That, like, because of all the stuff with US aid and whatever, what's happening is that they're losing a lot of those centers, and then he made it very clear that we're losing the mind share, and we're losing it to Russia and China, and this is not something to be taken lightly, because they were asking him about, like, his budget and why is there so much money being spent towards these African projects. He's like, dude, if if we don't spend more, we're going to lose those areas, and we once they're in there, those areas are very precious minerals, etc., etc., etc. Stuff that the Russians will leverage against us. So yeah, it's interesting times, because then again, then the president is of the United States is cozy with the Russians. So I don't know what's happening. So,
No one
like,
actually knows what's happening. But
it's
Oshus,
weird,
the
bro.
one
Like,
the
it
one
makes
thing we
no
can
sense.
agree, the one thing we can agree is that you don't want to embrace communism. That's the one
Mm,
thing. That's the one
yeah,
thing
no,
we
I
can
agree.
agree on.
Yeah, like, and that's to your point. A lot of people, like, go study Cuba if you want to understand communism. Go just study the history of Cuba. Like, there's just a
Oshus,
lot of stuff that people don't
I don't need
understand.
to study Cuba, bro. I'm Mozambican. After independence, we were led in a communist society. I have parents. Dude, the only reason I'm speaking to you in this language is because they had to get us the fuck up out of here. That's how bad it was.
Okay, wow.
Like I have family members that are alive right now that will tell you, like, yo, the fuck you talking about communism for? What are you talking about? Oh
Wow.
no, we're struggling with capitalism, motherfucker. You have a chance. It's a slim chance, but you know what it is? It's not zero.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
No, no,
not
dude.
zero. And too many people that have not lived it themselves don't know anyone who has are romanticizing this thing.
Yeah. No,
So
absolutely. Like, even in atrocities, dude. Like, I always say, like, just go on, because there's so much information out there. Just one weekend on YouTube, go just Google from the 19th, like, or the 20th century, just the first part of the 20th century and what took place. And if you watch that and you still glamorize, like, ideologies like communism, then I don't think anything can help you.
Reichi, oh my God, Reichi, it's not just the US blocking access to resource. Okay, what's the history of Cuba before the blocking of resources? What were they doing? And this is the whole context that I really hate. Like, everyone wants the history to start at one specific point. Read the whole thing, bro.
Yeah.
Tell us about the whole thing. How did it actually start? Because you don't really know why we're here if you don't know what happened in the past. And when it goes to the past, in video games, for example, people talk about, oh, microtransactions, this, then they want to talk about Battlefield 2 from EA. No, dude, go back to the horse armor, my guy.
I was about to say, go back to this freaking oblivion that everybody's busy
Yeah,
at
glazing.
creating at the moment. Like,
Yeah,
and it's
you
the
have to go
same
all the way back.
game. But I suppose we will get to that. But I'm sorry, like, if you didn't like the original game, you're not gonna like this more. And I didn't like the original game. I thought it was ass.
I never played the original game.
It's just so ass to get into it, dude. Like, and nothing has changed. It's exactly the same experience. I was like, yeah, you know what? I always thought it was the graphics that put me off. Skyrim is just a tighter game. Like, Skyrim is just way better structured, in my opinion, for a Bethesda game. Even
Mm.
Starfield, I would say, is a better opening than freaking Oblivion. But people in nostalgia, you can't. There's nothing you can do.
Hey man, stop judging me because I'm about to play Delta. It's the next remake
Well,
by
you're
those
not the
guys.
only one
And
who's got like I liked that game. You see, that's the problem. Is that my issue is I never
wait, so
got.
because you liked that game, it's fine. You didn't like Oblivion. Fuck Oblivion.
No. What I'm saying is I got
What?
into what's Metal Gear Solid 3. It's a
Mm,
game that had me. So I'm a fan of that game. I was not a
mm.
fan of the original Oblivion, and I thought I didn't like Elder Scrolls game until I played Skyrim. I'm like, but this is a fucking brilliant game. It's well written. And again, to me, it goes back to this thing of your opening act needs to grab me within the first 30 minutes to an hour. I need to feel something about your game, the characters in the game, and same shit, like the king walks into your cell and you do all that shit, fight rats under the sewers, and I'm like, this sucks. This is not for me. Yeah,
Did you make
other
it out of the sewers?
no, I got lost in the maze,
Okay,
just like I did in the
ladies
original.
and gentlemen, we have found, ground zero. We
I
found the
was like,
problem. All
I
right,
was
so
like,
go back to play
uh,
Oblivion Remastered Oshers.
yeah.
Get out of the sewers, and then we can talk.
I've never gotten out of the sewers, even like in the original. I was did I? No, I don't think I never did. Like with those freaking rats.
Mm.
But it's
Yeah,
so it's
everyone
not.
that has
I
played
can say it's not
Oblivion,
for me.
everyone that has played Oblivion says when you make it out the sewers, it's on like Donkey Kong. Tai,
Mm.
do you agree? Have you made it out the sewers? Have you even played Oblivion?
No, I haven't played Oblivion. My friend gave it to me years ago. He was a PC gamer back then. Still is, and he wanted me to dive into PC gaming. He said it's superior to console, blah blah blah.
Your
I-
friend is a
yeah, one of my friends.
very wise man.
Yeah, I booted it up and I mean, it was okay. I think I played like 5 or 10 minutes, and I was like, "Nah, screw this. Going back to Call of Duty,
Did
whatever
you
I
get out
do."
the sewers? Did you get
No,
out the
I
sewers?
know I did not. I didn't even get past the first menu. Like I booted it
So
up,
this
and
is
I
the
was
main
like,
Yeah.
problem.
"Yeah," and I
This
was
is the
like,
main
"Nah, screw
problem,
this."
people. Motherfuckers ain't making it out the sewer. I making it out the sewers. That's the problem. That's the real
I
problem.
can believe that. Like that's a huge barrier. It's like the opening act for Skyrim is one of the best opening acts, and it to me the what do you call it? The benchmark for great openings is God of War, the original God of War game. That game has the perfect first. What would you call
There's
it?
a better one. There's a better one, Oshas.
Which one? Let's see if we're on the same
Doom
page.
2016.
Fair enough. Yes, I actually
30
just bought that
seconds.
game. Yes, I actually
30
just bought that game
seconds. My
again.
guy. 30 seconds and you are rock hard. That's how good
I don't
Doom
know
is.
about that,
You
but
don't need hours and hours. Like, no disrespect to Death Stranding. 30
yeah.
seconds. And you need to just like remove your boxes. You need freedom to play Doom. That's how
But wait,
good that shit is.
would you say Death Strand? I suppose there's a lot of that walking and all that bullshit. But a similar game that I would compare it to is how do you like the opening of MGS4? Sorry, not four.
Ooh.
No, not 4. 5. 4, I think. Yeah, 4 is
Four,
we all remember it with
four is
Snake and
good. War never
five.
changes, bro.
5. But let's go to 5. The hospital scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
After you create, how do you don't you think that meets that same pacing I'm talking about like having an opening act where he's throwing everything at you, dude? Like it starts with just soldiers just murdering people in a merciless and a very realistic way. The next thing you know, there's guys on fire flying through walls.
No, 5 is kind of wild.
So it's
5 is wild, no doubt.
it's like, but that's what I'm talking about. It grabs you instantly. I was like, whoa, like
Yeah.
this thing of like opening acts, dude, that take an hour. Oh, sorry, that take 10 hours to get into.
It has to be a Kojima game, bro. Oh shit, 5 is a Kojima game, and
Mm.
he still popped off on that one. That's true.
Yeah, no, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that like I'm a big fan of like how he opened that game. A Metal Gear Solid 4 similar thing.
Richie, how long for it to get humid? My guy, I needed what? I needed like 10 minutes to get some tissue paper with Doom 2016, because I think in 10 minutes is when you get the BFG, if I'm not mistaken. If it's not 10, it's about maybe 15, 20, but you get it pretty earlier than you would expect. The first time I pulled the trigger on the BFG and everything died, I was like, fuck, I don't think I have enough tissue paper. It was a good time. It was a good time.
No alcohol required.
No, sir. Just cigarettes and towels. That's all you need. Okay. So we're talking about openings in the chat. All right. Big Mad Mo says Oblivion's better than Skyrim. Fuzzy said Mass Effect 2. My guy.
Yeah.
Mass
I
Effect
agree.
2. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this guy always says there's no school for pronunciation, but he'll never say Mass Effect. He has to say a Mass Effect. And it bothers me every single time I hear you say this.
Dude, but I'm not
Mass
American.
Effect.
I'm not American. I can't say mass.
Yeah, what happened to what's good for the gander is good for the
Pronunciation.
huh?
Ty,
Huh?
defend me,
Mass
please. Please
Effect.
defend me.
Every time
Whose
this
side
guy
are you
says-
on?
I
Is it
I
Mass
twitch
Effect?
a little bit
Mass
whenever
Effect?
he says Mass Effect. I'm like, bro,
Mass Effect.
it's
What?
Ty, let's hear it. Listen to that. Listen in Ty's deep voice. Say it again, Ty.
Mass. That's what it is.
Fuck that, man. I'm
I
not
don't know what the
American.
Mace Effect is.
I will not. I will
Yeah.
not make. Listen,
that's
I
what
will
I'm
not
talking
make
about.
a European or American accent when I grew up in Southern Africa. All right, it's Mass Effect as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, so it's excusable when you do it. I just want to know, like, okay, is this
Aye.
the double standard?
What did you mispronounce? Because there's levels of mispronunciation.
Forza.
Ah, fuck, bro. No.
And then what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
No.
What are you
Forza.
gonna say? Go ahead.
For FORZA is, for me, at least from my
Now you're
point
putting
of view,
disclaimers.
it's
Okay?
an Italian word. It's an Italian word, and they
I'm
pronounce
not
it
Italian, bro.
for
I'm not
Forza.
Italian. I'm not Italian.
Vince says Meth Effect. Stella Yam, yeah. Oh yeah, Stella, dude. Stella Blade is a nice opening, no doubt. Stella Blade is a
I
very
can't wait
nice
to play
opening.
that game on my I'm just warming my PC up and just building up to play that.
Ooh,
Oof. When it comes to PC,
building up,
I'm
definitely building up, sir.
my
Definitely
Birdman
building up.
hands. I'm busy just rubbing my hands like Birdman.
Yep. Expedition 33 is fucking fire. Yes, Big Mad Mo. That opening is also crazy. We're actually talking about it earlier on in the show. The opening is crazy. Exactly, Big Mad Mo. It's Forza, not Forza. Anyways,
man, he's just on his BS again. He's always like just to his name. He's always mad.
He's mad when you mispronounce crap, right? It's Forza. Ty, before we look at a video game trailer right now, is it Forza or Forza for you at least?
And for me, it's actually Hold on.
No.
I wanna say it the way I would have just said it before hearing any of you speak.
Which
Forza.
is exactly.
That's it. Forza.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I'm saying it more like Loke than.
It's Forza.
Then how
Sorry.
That sounds right.
What's this? Mad Mo says you motherfuckers get mad when we say zebra instead of zebra. So speak right. Oh damn!
It is zebra though, but yes.
Just,
on the money
don't bite the bait. It is zebra though. That's true. We do agree on that one. It's zebra, not zebra. And you said it yourself, Mo. There's 2 E's in zebra. There's 1 E in zebra.
Exactly.
Ooh, yes, yes, Raichi. The opening for Black Myth Wukong and Forza Horizon 5 are god tier. Facts.
I still need to get on Wukong. You know, It's
I used
never
to
on
judge
sale
people.
though. I won't lie. Like it's never on sale.
No, but
Doesn't
it's
on.
it's worth it. It's worth them. It's
You
worth
haven't
the
played
price of entry.
Wukong.
No, I haven't.
You Asian
Get his ass
shill.
time.
You have now you're telling me you haven't played it?
Get his
I've
ass.
got the benchmark, but I've never played it. No.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
The thing is, like, I've
The
just
Wait,
fraud.
wait,
like
you haven't played
I've got a
Wukong, but
rule.
you haven't played Wukong, but you've played South of Midnight and Club Obscura,
Yeah,
two
because I didn't have
Western
to pay
games
for
over an
them.
Asian game.
Yeah, well,
Get his
Jesus,
I
ass
can.
time. Get his
I thought
ass.
you said Western games were crap and blah 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 blah, but look at you supporting the Western devs.
Get his ass.
No, but like let's put context where
Move the
context.
goalpost. Ushers, move the goalpost.
You guys, yeah, you see, this is the
Matter
thing.
of
Something I
fact,
said.
move the whole goddamn stadium. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is that like I've got a rule that says like I don't buy games unless they are on deep sale. So as part of that rule, I can't buy games like Wukong. Or even Space Marine. I haven't even played, and that's a game that I really want to play. But my rule is like at least because I've got
Heresy.
such a huge
Heresy,
backlog
ushers.
that at
Heresy.
least get through the games that you have. If it's on Game Pass and it's really available to boost the numbers as well, I want to participate and try and see if I can.
Oh, you out here to help Xbox? Is that what you're here?
Some of
Is
the
that what I'm
devs that
hearing,
make
ushers?
these games because like even
Oh,
with
it
Clear, like
doesn't
I
help.
mean they got
Oh,
like a
that
lot of
doesn't
their
help.
money up front.
That doesn't
Um,
help Xbox.
what's that?
Playing games
Supporting Game Pass.
on
No,
Game
like
Pass.
maybe
It doesn't
it
help Xbox.
does. Like I mean, I suppose to some
Maybe.
degree it
Oh,
does.
that's a maybe. We're not sure. We're not sure, people. We're not sure. We're guessing. It's a
We
maybe.
don't know because we don't see numbers, but like maybe it is helping. I just know that it's good for the guys, like the guys that made that game, Clear Obscure. I think for their studio, that Game Pass upfront money really helped, and as a result, it's going to, for even better that the game went on with, and it's just pure word of mouth. It went on to still go sell 1 million. So I'm so happy that I could participate in that.
Did you buy it on Steam, Windows, or you don't? You buying it?
No,
So
no,
you're
I
buying
didn't
it via
buy it.
Game Pass? Okay, okay.
I got it via Game Pass, but I bought the deluxe edition thing. It just as support.
Okay.
I bought, yeah. But I will again, like my rule. I've got just a very strict rule of like don't buy games unless they're on deep sale. And I'm surprised. I'm actually shocked that I've spent over $500 on Steam. Like I was like, what? Maybe they're not adding it correctly. Maybe they're adding the full prices of the game because I only buy
I
things
don't.
on discount.
I don't check. I don't check how much I spend on Steam because,
Yeah,
especially now that I'm
the
trying to
stats
build
tell
up my
you.
backlog. Why would you do that to yourself? Anyways. But Hitka's Prime says, did you know that Black Myth is is a story after Journey to the West and not the actual story of Journey to the West? Yeah, I did know that because I played the game, Hitka's Prime. I actually played and beat Black Myth Wukong on PlayStation, and that's actually how it starts. Like you just have to play 5 minutes of it. That's how the whole thing starts. You don't play as the actual Monkey King.
Yes, no, I saw
Uh,
that part. I saw.
yeah. Vince says don't buy Denuvo games at full price. So that's you and him, Ushers. Big Mad Mo and the devs get good at their job. I'll play it only if it's in Game Pass. Damn. All right. Oh, the Guinea, welcome in, says I started Clay Obscure and Oblivion remastered today. Gaming is so good right now. Been loving them both. Hey man, Tai is right there with his pom poms right now, saying hell
Yeah,
yeah, gaming is awesome. Anyone here saying gaming is struggling, gaming needs a crash, etc., needs to go jump off a bridge. Tai is right there with you.
One
Am I
hundred
correct?
percent. No, you're
Am I?
right. I think a lot of it just has to do with anger. I think it's easy to project anger, fear, and all these things, right? To like some. There's a YouTuber. He said that I can make a video talking about things I like. No one cares. As soon as I say, this thing sucks, everyone comes through. If I say the industry sucks, everyone comes through because people like being angry. They like, being upset at things, right? So,
Mm.
in one post they'll say, God damn, 2023 is an amazing year for games. But in the next post they'll say like, oh, gaming industry sucks, 2023 sucks. Because the truth is they just like being angry. They like being upset at things. Um, I think I was talking to a guy and he was like, "Yo, 2025 is amazing." I'm like, "Funny how you say 2023 was amazing, 2024 is amazing, 2025 is amazing, but you said the industry is dying. Like none of this makes sense. Like two things can't be true. How do you square that circle?
Yeah,
Two things can be true, Ty,
They
and
can't be
one,
true.
yes, they
not
can.
these ones specifically. Oshes.
I mean, like, I think, yeah, like, I mean, it depends which lens you're looking at it from. Like, again, and Ty and I had like a very short back and forth about this on X. But my whole
By
thing
short,
is,
he means like 2 weeks of back and forths.
my whole point being that, like, just because certain things are working doesn't mean other things are not working. Like, again, like, and I've said this to him as well in the past that the collapse of AAA studios, big AAA studios, is not a bad thing for studios like the guys that made Clear Obscure, because it means that those developers can actually now, if they can secure the funding, they can actually make the projects that they want. I mean, these guys have worked on things like The Division and all these other games, and they are capable of writing at this level. And I've said this before. My biggest criticism of Ubisoft was the fact that the writing is always garbage, and they have these people working at Ubisoft.
Yeah.
So maybe these companies falling apart and and disintegrating is going to be good for the end. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm motivating for. Is I'm not saying that gaming as a whole just needs to die. I'm just saying let the triple A gaming sphere die, so it could be reborn something better. So yeah,
I can see that.
less Assassin's Creed, more this, more
Yeah.
It's
more.
not even, but see, that's not even like true because all this has been
Why?
happening for such a long time. Double A studios have existed. In fact, there's been a huge rise in indie and double A studios. Companies like Ubisoft, yeah, if they want to
We
make a
want a
big at
higher
it,
rise, Ty. Ty, we want a higher rise.
you
We
remember there
want
was a time
we
when
want a harder, longer lasting rise from Double A.
the problem with that is like there was,
No
I think
pause.
it might have been Blessing who said this once, like he wants less games that cost cheaper, blah blah blah, this kind of stuff. The response here is pretty simple. These games do exist. They've always
Who's
existed.
blessing? Who's blessing?
Some YouTuber or whatever. Um,
Why why
these games
why
have
why are you mentioning him as if he's Asmongold? Like you just
Is that
say, "Ah,
the
no,
blessing
black
he's
said
dude
even
this,"
with
and
the
Asmongold
PlayStation?
is not.
everyone is supposed to know this.
He works for Kind of Funny, and
Yeah,
he's a
yeah, he's the
gaming,
black dude with the
like he's a gaming
PlayStation.
guy. So like I'd rather
Again,
reference him than
again,
Asmongold.
it's not even who you rather. I'm just saying, like, you know,
No,
it's
no.
a
So
like I'm not hating on the guy,
he posted a
but
video.
it's like hold on, it's like a relevance thing, right? And the reason I use the Asmongold is like that's the type of guy that you can just say, oh yeah, Asmongold said X, Y, Y, Z, and we keep on going. We know everyone knows who Asmongold is, blah blah blah. We're going. When you say blessing, it's like, all right, who's this guy?
I'm sure people in the chat know who Blessing is. You probably just don't
I
He's
know.
a
don't know who he
he's a
is.
pony from Kind of Funny.
He's a
I
guy
don't
who
know
works
who
for
he
Kind of
is.
Funny. Kind of Funny, one of the
Usher,
biggest
stop saying
gaming.
pony as if I should know every single pony in existence. There's no
So
pony.
Just
There's
type
no
in
pony. There's no pony
search
WhatsApp
pony
group.
Kind of Funny.
Oh my god! All right, you know what? Sorry for deviating. Ty,
yeah,
make it.
so I mean, he
My
posted a
bad. My
comment,
bad.
and I think a lot of people responded back to it. And I remember
Mm.
thinking, there's a lot of double A games out there. There's a lot of indie games out there. The truth is, people just don't play them. People actually just grafted towards AAA blockbuster games. As we said, I think in January or February, thousands of games have released on Steam already. That's a lot of double A and indie games. But again, nobody cares. Banishers is a game that came out. Atomfall is another double A game. Like, listen, even South of Midnight is an indie slash double A game. Avowed is probably Avowed is a triple.
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, something else. Like there's a lot of double A games that's coming out, indie games that's coming out. So this idea that like we need more, well, it's just a lie because people are not playing the ones that are already out there already. So just don't believe it. And to another point is like when we talk about like industries crashing or whatever it is, you could look back in the last 20 years at games that caused a significant amount of losses. Two Human is a game that came out during the Xbox 360 era. Now in 2008, I can almost guarantee you, yeah, that if I said in 2008, I said, yo, Two Human came out and it cost millions to make, and the company has, shut down because they couldn't afford it, blah, blah, blah. And if I said the industry needs to go into a reset, people will laugh at you because that was 2008, right? Those great games coming out there, those Metal Gear, those Splinter Cell. So again, why don't we just focus on the good stuff? Okami failed as well. What other games failed? Duke Nukem. Remember that game, guys? Remember how that game flopped so hard?
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
think whenever a game flops so hard, the idea that we need to reset or crash or all this kind of stuff because one game flopped hard is ridiculous. Doesn't make sense. Oh, Shenmue. You guys remember that one for the Dreamcast?
Also
Shenmue
flopped.
also flopped. The industry
Shenmue.
didn't have to crash. PlayStation 1 didn't have to go out of business. They didn't have to
And that
lose all that
game,
money.
Shenmue actually broke a lot of barriers, even though
It
it flopped. It broke a lot of barriers.
Mhm.
A lot of big bangers that came out took a lot of ideas from Shenmue and then integrated them into their games. And the industry kept on moving. Ushers, to your point about, oh, everyone needs to be original. Everyone needs to bring out something new every time they release a game. Sorry, dude. Sorry. We wouldn't exist as a species if everyone had to come up with something new every 5 seconds. Also, I'd like to hear your reaction to the Guinness comment on the screen right now, Ushers. Ushers?
Yeah, no, I saw it. I was actually looking it up now on Twitter as you were speaking.
He
Just
done
because some
cooked your
things
ass.
are working doesn't mean everything is all right. Yeah, no,
You
that's
said that.
yeah, I'm comfortable with that take.
It sounded like a wife in therapy.
Mm, I'm very
Yo,
comfortable. Like wives in therapy are good. That's why they live longer.
why they live long? Oh, you know what? We're not going to get into that today. Today is not the day to talk about
Some
that one.
therapy is good, beginner.
Oh God. Rachie says Asmongold said South of Midnight is woke. No, that's not true. Rachie, that's not true because I actually watch Asmongold religiously. That's not true. He said it looked woke. He gave it a try day one, and when he finished his first stream, which was about 4 or 5 hours, he was like, you know what? That's a 7 out of 10 game. It's a good game. It's not going to change anyone's life, but it's a good game. That's what Asmongold actually said. He didn't say it was woke. He said it looked woke, and he was going to give it a go. He was even defending the game, going to bat, saying, you know what? People need to stop being like, oh, as soon as you see a female protagonist, or as soon as you see a black protagonist, oh, X is woke. That's not how things should be done. I remember the chat going at him actually for like 30 minutes when he was just fighting against his chat the whole time, trying to say no, that's not what should have that's not the view people should have. He just said, yeah, by the modern criteria of quote unquote woke, South of Midnight fit the bill. He said he was gonna give it a go. He gave it a go, and he was like, it's a very good game. No, not very, but it's like it's a good game. 7 out of 10, whatever. I think you watched the cut version, bruv. I think you did watch a cut version. The Roach King is not everything people like to paint out. Tae with his short 5-minute videos shitting on him. Don't be watching Tae, bro. Go to Asmongold's videos. I know it says 2 hours. Watch the 2-hour video. Listen to it while you, I don't know, walk on a treadmill or something. Listen to what he actually says, and you'll see a lot of what people like to clip him saying. It's full of holes, and it doesn't represent exactly what he thinks. It doesn't. Fuzzy says, I'm not a fan, but Asmongold isn't as bad as plenty of other grifters. I don't even think he's a grifter. I just think he's someone that gives his opinion and sometimes is right, sometimes is wrong. Xbox Lord Chaos 78, welcome in, says half of these dummies don't even know the correct definition of war. Dude, we lost that battle. What? 8 years ago? They took that word away, and now the word doesn't even resemble anything. Oh my God, Richie, I will walk on a treadmill. All right. Let's cleanse our mental timelines by watching a video game trailer. This is Break Arts 3, releasing in August 2025. Here we go. Oh my God. Is it me or this shit's blurry? How is this 1080p and it's still fucking blurry? Hold on. Let's try again. Okay, that's better. Okay, I don't know if you're gonna strike this music, so I'm just gonna turn it down. Fellas, what are your thoughts? It's a mech game that involves mostly racing. There's one or two fights, but mostly it's racing. Thoughts?
Not really for me, but I must say, like, if you like mech games, you're eating good this year. I think there's quite a lot or quite a few, but like, yeah, nah,
Yeah, it's a lot
not
of mech
really.
games.
That's not really my thing. Don't really see the appeal here for me.
Not feeling it.
Mm-mm. Well, look, it looks awesome. It's the presentation is well done. I'm not saying I'm not feeling it because there's something wrong with the way they presented the game. Game looks like very, very well, positioned. Just it's not something that I'm interested in, unfortunately. Excuse me.
All right, Ty, thoughts?
A racing mech game, I'll give them credit. It's different for sure. So, and
Mm.
there's combats in it as well. So if you're gonna do something, I guess this is the unique element, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks simple, plain, doesn't look like it's a high budget game. I think to differentiate yourself from other mech games, because there's a good bit coming out. I know there's one on Game Pass that's coming out as well, and I think Mech Warriors 5 is out or it's coming out. So I think this it's good to differentiate yourself in some way, shape, or form. So credit to them for that. But I don't think it's gonna really do much. I think there's a lot of quality ones out there, including from Software's version. So listen,
Oh yeah, Armored Core.
I'm gonna call
Yeah,
yeah, but listen, if you get the budget right for a lot of these titles, and you advertise it well, then that's all you really need. You don't need to sell crazy units. So yeah, it looks okay.
this photo mode looks kind of hot. Photo mode looks kind of hot. Richie says, "I'm not sure is the cute girls piloting the mechs." No, not from anything I've seen. Not from anything I've seen. But Titkas, I have seen Mecha Break. It's interesting. Haven't given it much time, if I'm being honest. Armored Core is definitely goated. I don't think it's fair to compare this to Armored Core. I think From Software has kind of spoiled people. People think that it's easy to put something together that looks like Elden Ring, put something together that looks like Armored Core. You know, they think that
Well,
stuff's
I would
simple.
say it's even more of the. I'll say two things. I think there's a quality part to what you're saying. From Software are really good at making games, but also there's a budget part to it, right? So it's kind of like when we say things like, "Well, let's less money in video games." It's like you get less money in video games, and this is what you get in this game right here that you can see. Whereas if you put money in video games, you get Armored Core. You put money in video games, you get Baldur's Gate 3. You don't put money in video games, you get
Mm.
Pillars of Eternity. So, as much as we don't like shareholders
Or
or
you get
investors,
Schedule One.
you get Schedule One. Now, everyone was talking about Schedule One, right? But I'll point to everyone the same thing. People, I mean, you guys were saying like, "Oh, Schedule One, this kind of games we want." Yeah, but now everyone's playing Expedition 33. Now everyone's playing, Bethesda's um um Oblivion Remaster. Now everyone's playing all these big AAA, AA blockbuster games. So when we talk about Schedule One, it's nice to say, "Oh, this is what we want," but it's nice for a day. It's nice for 2 days. But the truth
Oh,
is,
buzz off.
we all go to AAA
No,
blockbuster games.
Schedule One.
When last did you
Come
play
on,
Schedule
bro.
One?
Come on. All
When last
right.
did you play Schedule? What game are
I
you
can't
playing right
believe we're
now?
doing this.
What
I
game are you
can't
playing
believe we're
right now?
doing this now. What game I'm playing? Obviously, I'm playing Clay Obscure,
You
right?
mean the game that's funded by the big publishers and the private investors, not Schedule One by the one creator?
My guy, are you trying to? I can't believe you said it's good. It was good for a
It's
day.
recent now, so
If we look at how many people are playing Schedule One right now, over 20,000 are still playing Schedule One. Halo would kill. They would kill. The people that spent the money on Halo would kill to have 10,000 people playing Halo right now. Relax when you say, oh, the schedule 1 was good for a day. It wasn't. It's still good. Schedule 1, I'm willing to bet with you, Tai, by January 2026, schedule 1 will still have more than 10,000 players.
We'll see.
Can't believe you said that shit. It's good for a day. Good for a fucking day. The things I'm forced to listen to on here.
I could say
Yeah,
that
that was a
exact
reach.
same thing.
Remake Station, thank you. Says 2 days. It's been a hit for over a month. If you don't get it, you're a boomer. The Guinea. That's heartless. That is heartless. Concord could have had 6 sequels and not hit 20,000. Yep, but because the numbers don't lie, brother. They do not lie. This is absolute madness. Oh shit, my bad. Not 20,000. Schedule 1 right now, Tai. As we speak, 100,000
No, that's
players.
impressive.
Not last week, not all-time peak, not 24-hour peak. Right the fuck now. So miss me with this. Oh, these indie games are only good for 24 hours. Miss me with that.
Hey, I'm just saying, if we want the industry to fall back to schedule 1, I'll take a pass. I'm sticking with Club Scare and Oblivion Remaster.
Sapo's saying, what is schedule 1? Oh my god. Sapo, schedule 1 is 2025's version of Palworld. It's an indie game about selling drugs. You should check it out on Steam. It's literally just $20, bro. It's literally $20, and you don't even need like a powerful PC. If you have a potato, it'll do the job. I promise. Rachie says, I don't care about the future of video games. 10 years every day, Gen Alpha will play Skibidi Toilet online. Clearly, they're not playing Skibidi, bro. Clearly, they are playing Schedule 1. Yep. Razy says Schedule 1 is dope. Seriously, I don't know. Oh, yeah. You forgot. All right. But Titkas is not that popular today as it was when it launched. Schedule 1 numbers may be dropping. Yeah, they're dropping. The all-time peak was 500,000. But it's been averaging 100,000 for about 2 weeks now. It's been averaging 100,000. Yes, Remake Station. Don't forget Repo. Repo is also good. It's also good. There's a bunch of these indie games that are very good, man. Oh my god, Ty coping in the comment section. All right. So break arts, y'all ain't feeling that. All right. So quick news on the console of the year 2025 is the Nintendo Switch 2, right? We had some news last week that coming from IGN saying Nintendo says 2.2 million people applied to pre-order a Switch on the My Nintendo store in Japan alone, and warns a significant number of customers will miss out. Taya, tell us why brokies like me and Oshus will not dictate gaming, and the astounding amounts of pressure to pre-order and buy the Switch 2 is just more proof that $80 video games, $90 video games, $100 video games are the future. And even when they start charging us $100, the industry won't crash.
The answer is simple, really, is that we kind of overinflate how we take how we feel and we project it onto the industry, which just isn't really true. We've all said it so many times now. The biggest selling games are not games we necessarily play, aka Fortnite, and Minecraft, Roblox. And when you look at where the money in the video game industry is coming from, I think they say 1/3 of it is coming from people playing live service games, and these are old ass games, right? So as much
Mm.
as we want to say we're important, we're really not. Like, for example, right now, Club Scare is doing extremely well. But if you look at the UK sales, Hogwarts Legacy, the casual game with the brand
Mm-hmm.
name,
Mm-hmm.
outsold Expedition 33 in terms of physical sales in the UK. So, I think Indiana Jones has also done pretty well, which is another brand game for PlayStation. So Jones is probably going to sell more than Club Scare for PlayStation, right? And that's just one platform. So we like to think we're important, and we're not as important as we like to think we are. And that's just kind of it. The Switch 2 is going to sell. It's going to sell pretty well. It's not going to sell as well as the Switch 1, but it's going to sell. And Mario Kart, the reason why Nintendo is putting this game up at $80, $90, whatever it is because they know they can do it. They know people are going to buy Mario Kart, and the truth is Mario Kart is an evergreen game. It's a game that you can play for 7, 8 years straight. Isn't going to release Mario Kart 2 on the Switch 2, so it's not like FIFA, coming out every single year. This is a one and done game for that generation. So there's actually some value there if you really, really think about it. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much it. We're not as important as we like to make ourselves seem.
Tragic. Vince says the bigger news is the US has Mario Kart World pre-installed, whereas the EU has a code I can sell. What? Please explain what you're trying to say there, Vince. Reed says Brokies like Loke and Oshus make me sick. Listen, we have an excuse, right? We live in third world countries. What's your excuse? Remake Station says I'm a Brokey. Give me those deals. Let's go, Remake Station. Let's go. Yes, Seawolf. Overpriced controllers too. God damn. Those Switch controllers. Oof. Oshus, do you agree with Ty that Brokies don't actually drive the industry?
It's a very long philosophical
We have the time.
discussion.
We have the time.
No, I don't. I don't agree with him, but I don't want to have to get into the weeds of why.
Well, so why are you
But
here, brother?
no, man, it's just gonna take too much time. Like, it's just gonna become another deviation
We
in
got
terms of
the time, dude.
So
Should
I'll
I
say
now
this.
start? Oh, hold on. Should I cancel the check I sent you last week? Because I pay you for a reason, bruv.
Yeah, true that.
So
Yeah,
get to
so
working.
like I disagree with him fundamentally, and it's because of the fact that like I don't think that like again like if you are Phil Spencer, and your definition of the gaming industry is everyone that's playing Candy Crush and all these other games, then yeah, you're absolutely right. But my point is, I don't care about those people and like that market. Like to me, what's important is the market that I subscribe to, which is primarily the PC core gaming market and the console core gaming market. So whenever I speak about like gaming doing well, I'm always talking about those markets that are number one driven by sales. Even when you look at player numbers, there's still a consistency there in terms of like if you target the right audience, you will still make money because there's people that still want to have those experiences. Whereas if you look at like the casual market, it's nobody knows what the formula is. Nobody knows how to make the next Fortnite, and that's the majority of the market that you know everybody's sort of looking at and saying, "Well, that's the gaming business." That's no, to me, it's not. It's the I suppose 25 to 30% that makes up that, which is those industries. So he's not wrong. Like I suppose he's not wrong in saying that like we're not the majority. Yes, but that majority to me is a different market. It's not a market that I care about, or a market to me I think is going to change things. Like for me, whenever I talk about like the crash of AAA gaming, is AAA gaming resetting to realize that do we want to make Candy Crush or do we want to make real games that people are actually going to invest time in?
Candy Crush is a real game. Come on.
Yeah, to someone it is a real game, I'm sure.
But
So,
like,
but like
it's
that's
not.
my
It's not really the.
differentiation.
It's not really the Candy Crushes though. Like, I think that is Candy Crush should be an extreme take because, for example, if I was to ask you what the top 20 best selling games of 2024, well, I'll just tell you: Call of Duty, EA Sports, Helldivers 2, Dragon Ball, Sparking Zero, NBA 2K, Madden NFL, Call of Duty again. That's like from the previous year. EA Sports, Elden Ring, good. That's probably like the first core game again. We can say you got EA Sports again, Hogwarts Legacy, Dragon's Dogma. So that's two there as well. Then you got WWE 2K, MLB The Show, GTA, Minecraft, Final Fantasy, Tekken, Spider Man. Like overall, the majority of these games are either multiplayer or there's some kind of game that we wouldn't really consider core. So like I think to say Candy Crush isn't really telling the truth. It's more like these kind of games are not the games we all want to play. For example, South of Midnight, Avowed, or even like Clear Obscure. Like these are the kind of games that we gravitate towards. But those are the games that are selling. Like I literally just said that Hogwarts Legacy in the UK,
Yep.
a game that
Yep.
came out 3 years ago, whatever, is outselling, Clear Obscure.
Imagine if Hogwarts
No, but
Legacy
that makes sense
had
to me. But like,
Even
gameplay.
though on Twitter and on Reddit, everyone's talking about Clear Obscure. Like
Yeah.
if you were to
but
gauge
that's my
Clear Obscure's
point. I'm not.
success, go
Yeah,
ahead.
like I'm agreeing with you. Like that's exactly my point. Is that like I'm not in the zeitgeist of that community. So to me, that community is not like that important, and it doesn't really affect even like the sort of games that I value or treasure. Like for me, I understand that for games like Clay Obscure to exist, all they need is actual physical sales. 1 to 3 million, they find they can make another game. To me, that's enough. I don't care about the monetization that comes with EA and Ubisoft and all those companies. Those companies will never make money out of me. I think going forward, unless it's through
Cautious, you don't
some
need to care. You don't need to care about a tsunami. The tsunami also doesn't care about you. It's going to come
and
and
that's
school
fine.
you,
But like
regardless
my
of
thing is,
whether you leave it gaping open or you try to shut it up. It's still
but I
going
just
to do what
yeah.
it's going to do. And that market that you want to pretend doesn't exist. Like Ty said when he read down that list, 8 out of those top 10 is the games that you want to pretend don't exist. And those 8 will influence the whole of gaming. It just is what it is.
Well, they'll influence some of gaming, not all of gaming. And then what I mean by that is that people are still gonna
They'll
make games
influence
like
the majority
Obscure.
of it.
I don't
They'll
care.
influence the majority.
Like they can. Like I've said this before, and like when Taya said to me, "Well, what do you really not want people to make games in the future that you like, that you're into, if the industry falls apart?" I said, "Dude, every game that I like or would have liked exists already in a better form. So all anyone can do right now is just make iterations of things that I like or not. But there's no loss for me. My backlog is so long that I don't need to be acquiring new experiences
Shut
from
up.
these
Ushers.
developers.
Ushers, there's nothing in your
Explain it
backlog
to me.
like Clear Obscure, Expedition 33.
Maybe you
Literally,
can say narratively. There's a
there's
lot,
nothing
bro.
in your
I
game
can
in your game catalog. Dude, you can find bits and pieces. I'm saying there's no game in your backlog that is the complete amalgamation of Expedition 33. And if they could do it, others can do it. There's nothing in your
and let them.
backlog like Pal World.
Well, that's the thing. Like, let them make like those games are not. Those are
My
small
guy,
games. They're not AAA games.
you literally said something. I
Okay.
disproved it, and you just want to keep it pushing.
What did you disprove?
You said there's no game that's going to be made that you don't
Yeah,
already have in your backlog.
exactly. And like, I don't think you've proven anything. You have an opinion on that to say
You have a game in your backlog like
I
Clear
can name
Obscure.
you one now. Yes, Lost Odyssey is literally that. Like, aside from the story, because narratives are gonna differ, it's literally that. Like, it's literally that game
That's madness.
mechanically. If
That's
you look at
madness.
like, uh,
I've played Lost Odyssey also, Oshus.
mhm.
I think what you're saying categorically incorrect. But go ahead,
Okay,
man.
so what? Yeah, no,
Take your
that's fine. But
bars.
like, what would you say is the difference?
What do you mean? What would I say is the
What like
difference?
because you're saying like, okay, what is it about Clear Obscure aside from narrative? Like every like narrative, you have to rate
My
it.
guy,
different.
Are you not listening to yourself?
No, are you not
Now,
listening to
now
yourself?
you are
Because the
now
thing
you are
is,
the one. Now you're the one moving the goalpost. You
no,
are the one
bro,
who's trying to
you guys
nitpick
love to talk about
to make your
goalposts.
main
Dude,
point. Hold on, you're the one who
yeah,
wants to now break down your main point because your main point was there's no game.
there isn't.
You said this. There's no game that can be made not already my backlog. Now your defense is besides narrative. Why are we removing narrative?
We're not removing narrative. All I'm saying to you is
Oh,
that
so you
narrative.
did not 30 seconds ago say besides
No,
narrative.
dude. All I said, like the thing is, like, bro, this is like me saying every movie is different because of the fact that the stories are different. Like that is logical, bro. Like that is how movies work. You can't tell exactly the same story. You have to change the narratives. The narrative will always be different, and how you perceive the narrative.
When you made your
No,
initial when you made
no,
your
no, no, no,
initial
no, no.
point,
Like you know that you know what it is. You saying that I'm removing narrative from the conversation is not the same thing as me saying to you that narrative just differs from experience to experience. That will always be the case. That's the one thing that will never be exactly the same. But in terms of mechanics and how everything is structured, that game already exists. It's the same thing I said to Ty on X that the reason that Clay Obscure is doing so well is because that so many of us missed that type of game because we played that game in the PS1 and the PS2 era. And I have all those games, bro. Like it's not a new experience. It's just a very familiar experience that I've missed. It's not the same thing that they're doing something brand new. Like narrative will always differ.
go ahead, Ty. I need to go take some medication or something because Ushers, man. My God.
Yeah, sure. Is there a disagreement there? No, I think I think it's there's a very subjective take there. What I will say is that like if I'm a fan of, let's say, sci-fi, I love sci-fi, right? So I want new sci-fi experiences. Doesn't matter if the story has been told over and over again. Doesn't matter if it's, like fantasy sci-fi like Star Wars. I'm always gonna want these kind of stories. Stephen Erickson is one of my favorite writers. He wrote Malazan Book of the Fallen. If you were to ask people, what's a similar book, they'll say George R. R. Martin's Game of Thrones, and they're very similar. So it's the same kind of flavor. However, I want Malazan to exist. I want new fantasy titles that make me feel that way again. So um I think that's art. It's derivative, and we take and we improve and we change. Nothing can ever make me feel like, oh, the first 3D game I played, like that feeling is there. It's unique and it will never be changed. However, that doesn't mean I want 3D games to not exist anymore. I want more 3D games. I If you were to ask me what's the best game I played in the last couple of years, I would say it's Cyberpunk. It's definitely up there. You have some other people, they'll say Baldur's Gate 3. But we don't want it to stop at Baldur's Gate 1. The more of these new titles we get, the better they become. So yeah, I think it's a subjective take, but I would come at it from that angle instead.
It feels definitely like we're moving back. We're moving back to the discussion from last week where Oshus was like everything is derivative, everything is taking inspiration from something else, and he wants to see something new. Oshus, listen, listen. I'm not even trying to be combative anymore. Not even. I think you might want to consider doing to video games what you did to anime, bro. Like, look at it, really look at it, and be honest with yourself. Do you still enjoy it? Does it still do anything for you? Maybe you need to leave it, bro. Maybe you need to leave it because
But why?
everyone that's still in love with it, everyone that's still in love with it, no one agrees with what you just said. Like,
That's
not a
fine. And
single
then and
person.
that is fine. Like everybody's entitled to disagree. So my thing is like again, like and I will keep on hopping on this point. Every sort of experience I want from gaming exists already. And it's either I already own that experience and it's just a matter of getting to it. I get it. People want new experiences and new games, and that's great. And like you could have both. It's not a matter of like either or. Like I don't need to stop gaming because of the fact that I'm not enthused by the new games that are coming out. I still have a lot of things. It would be one thing if like it's like books. Once you've read it, it's finished, it's done. Like, the problem with gaming is that just by the nature of where we are right now, we are so spoiled with riches in terms of how many games exist. I don't ever need to buy another game over and above the games I own. That's why I've even got a rule in terms of like how I purchase games. But I'm not discouraging everybody else investing in new experiences. A lot of people are having experiences for the first time, and someone is playing Expedition 33 for the first time, and maybe they never played all the RPGs that I grew up playing. So that to them is something that's going to be super special, and they're gonna want to play more of those things, and that's fine. Like, but there's room for everyone. That's the thing with gaming, is the diversity of it. I am a guy that, like, a lot of the experiences that I enjoy that are meaningful to me are still the older experiences, with one or two exceptions.
There easy. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Really appreciate it. It says Oshus has his own game. It's called Goalpost
Oh
Simulator
my
25.
gosh, you guys are not serious about life.
I just want to thank the chat for listening, for actually listening to what we say, because it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Some of the stuff that you say, Oshus, it's crazy, bro. I'm sorry. And I
How is
think
saying that you have
sometimes
all
I
the
think
games
I'm
that you want
unhinged.
wild? Like, that is so
Sometimes I
weird.
think I'm unhinged. No, saying you have all the games that you want, I think that's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine. But to say there's no game that's going to come out that
exactly.
is
Like,
not already in my backlog, that's really wild, bro.
okay,
That's
cool.
really
Like, and then the question I would ask you is, which game has come out that is not in my backlog?
I said Clay Obscure, and you said
No,
no.
and
So it's
no, I
fine. It's
disagree
fine.
with you.
We
And
we're,
then
we're never gonna
we can
agree on
have,
this. It's fine.
yeah, we can have that disagreement. I'm happy to have
Yeah.
that disagreement.
The Guinness says Clay Obscure has such a difficult combat system. It is similar to Lost Odyssey, where you interact, but if you played it, Oshus, you would see immediately Clay Obscure is a different beast and system. No, the it's exactly the same. Welcome in, Fark. Fark says, I don't know what's happening, but I reckon Oshus dislikes gaming.
Maybe.
Ah! Matthew Hum, welcome in. Thank you for continuing to support TSWS. Says, I love the debate. It gets down to each player has their own preferences, like the great Ham Solo once said. That is true. That is true. We all have our own preferences, which is why I'm okay with Osha saying, yo, I'm okay with the games I already have. That's
Yeah.
cool. But as soon as you say, ain't nothing coming out today that isn't already in my backlog, I'm like, all right, pause. That's where we have a problem. That's where we can't agree.
And that's fine.
Big Mad
Like,
Mo.
I
Oh my
agree.
God, Mo. Oh my God, Mo. Chill. You need to be less mad, Mo. That's what you need to do. Less mad. Less mad. Oh goodness. All right. All right. So Ghost of Yote. The developers of Ghost of Yote shared some details on the campaign. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Let's get into it. This is from VGC. I'm not gonna put it up on the screen. Y'all can just trust that God damn it! Why do you mean play that trailer? Why'd you? What? Oh, okay. Seawolf says that new Doom trailer with something special for the PS5. All right. Let's first look at Ghost of Yote, and then we will get into that trailer with Doom. All right. I promise. Actually, let me just put it right after her. Doom trailer. PS5 2025. What's this? 7 days ago. All right. Here we go. Let's get into the Ghost of Yote first. So, the game's co-creative directors Nate Fox and Jason Cornell have spoken to Famitsu, shedding light on the next game from Sucker Punch. Here's a few quotes. The main theme for this game is revenge, Fox said. Which is kind of wild, because the first game was also about revenge. Anyways, let's go back to the quotes. Let's go back. The main character, Atsu, sounds like the sound you make when you sneeze. Atsu! Anyway, Atsu has a big trauma in her childhood and goes on a journey to get revenge. The game will see the player hunt down the Yotei Six, a group of warriors that has caused death and destruction across Japan. As the player hunts them down, a sash worn by the protagonist, Atsu, will display the names of the Yotei Six that she is pursuing. Fox and Cornell visited the game setting, which today is known as a prefecture of Hokkaido, to research the game. Quote, we have received cooperation from various advisors regarding the depiction of the Ainu people and Ainu culture of the time, said Fox. Like with the previous game, we have also thoroughly researched Japanese culture and incorporated it into this project. Cornell concurred, saying, I also went to Hokkaido to research Ainu culture and had people knowledgeable about Ainu culture introduce me to museums and folk crafts, which I incorporated into the worldview of this work. By the way, I also went to the mountains with them and had the experience of picking wild vegetables. Players will be able to approach the Yotei 6 in any order, and the game will also introduce new close combat weaponry. Both Japanese cinema and Western dramas have inspired the game. Quote, in terms of an open world adventure, Ghost of Yotei has the greatest freedom and biggest map of any open world game we have ever made, Fox told Famitsu. Ghost of Yotei will be released on PS5 on October 2nd, 2025. Sucker Punch has released a new trailer. Blah, blah, blah. Ty, are you intrigued by the game's non-linear campaign?
So one of the issues with Shadows is it has a very long non-linear campaign as well. And I say issue because it is an issue. When you allow people to, tackle different enemies in different ways, especially from a story perspective, it kind of leaves the main core story feeling a little bit hollow, a little bit, right? If I take down a particular boss or enemy, and I'm going out to take another boss or enemy, it makes sense for that boss to somehow acknowledge what I've done. That just tracks. But unfortunately, with this kind of open world, open gameplay, 20 different missions, do it whatever way you want to do it, I think it does actually affect the game. Or sorry, I should say it affects the narrative. So that kind of turned me off a little bit, to be honest. But this is Sony; they're good at telling stories, so they might execute it much better than Shadows. So I'm optimistic enough. I think it's going to be a good game, but I don't know if it's going to be anything that's revolutionary, right? Because I think the previous one was around 82 Metacritic, 81, 83 or so. It's
deserved way more.
I don't know about that, but yeah, maybe.
That was the best Assassin's Creed game since Black Flag.
Yeah, possible. I can't agree or disagree per se. I haven't played it, but the new one though that's gonna come out, I'm likely to try that one out instead.
Oh my god, you're going to play Ghost of Yotei before Ghost of Tsushima?
Yeah, probably.
You piece of shit.
I'm a terrible human
being. I am disgusted. Oshus. Oh my god. Hold on. Oshus, before you go, let me just address the chat. Oh my god, dude. That is nauseating. Die. Jax82 says, been playing Expedition 33 since it dropped. Incredible, cannot stop. Great game. I think it's a masterpiece already, honestly. Sapu says, I don't care. The Japanese don't even respect the Ainu. Hey man, after all the controversy with Shadows, I think they're doing the right thing. I think they're doing the right thing with this one. Nope. Just go there. Make sure you talk to all the right people. Don't put the wrong flags, the wrong signs. Just be culturally sensitive. All right? The Guinness says, Ty is right. This is what Crackdown and Mercenary suffered from. Great gameplay, but the approach in your own way watered down the story and immersions. All right. Seawolf says it was hated because it was made by Western studio, yet the Japanese devs love it and praise it. What are we talking about, Seawolf?
It could be
Exactly what are
Shadows.
we talking?
I know
Oh,
there were some reviews on Shadows, and I think for me to give it a good score, and I think other Japanese reviewers gave it a good score. So I mean, they like the game. I know there's also a YouTuber who he kind of does like history reviews, and he reviewed Shadows like in terms of its accuracy from Japanese culture, and he said like obviously they got some things wrong, and but it's like they got the big
no,
things
no.
right.
Seawolf's talking about Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh,
Seawolf's
Tsushima.
talking about,
Okay, my
yeah.
bad, my bad.
And I remember that because I remember they even gave an award to the developers that for like representing the place. They're like ambassadors of Tsushima Island or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Reichi says he's also disgusted with your choices, Tai. But Sapo says I am too. Tsushima was putting me to sleep. Well, I guess not
The
everyone
funny
was
thing
into
about
Ghost.
Tsushima is like when I speak to people about it, it's really just Sony's take on Ubisoft's formula. That's it,
Mm-hmm.
which is not
That's
bad.
what, dude. That's why I
It's
keep
not
saying
bad.
it's the best Assassin's Creed since like Black Flag.
Mm.
It's just Assassin's Creed. I'm sorry for anyone who's offended by that. But they took the Assassin's Creed loop and they ran with it.
Yeah,
Like they absolutely like blew it out of the water. That's why I can't like picture myself playing Valhalla or Shadows. But I will play Shadows. I will finish Shadows just for Yasuke. Big Mad Mo says I was late for work because I was playing late. Hey man, Expedition 33 is fire. Sapo, they learned the hard way from Morales putting up the wrong flag was a huge miss. Oof. People gave Morales a lot of crap because they put up the wrong flag. Which I think is fair.
people are too
It's fair.
sensitive.
Hey, listen. If I had a Mozambican superhero and then they put up the Zimbabwean flag, I'd be pissed. Tai, I'd be pissed.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
You be slightly like annoyed and be like, guys, what are you doing? I think that's about it. I think when people
Yeah, and
kind
then
of
after
get
they put in the
crazy.
patch, after they
Mhm.
put in the patch, I think I'd probably move on.
Yeah, but also I think the like I don't. I'm just gonna speak off the cuff here. I haven't really thought about this, but I think when
Hmm.
people who are trying to represent your culture and trying to put a spotlight on your culture, I'm gonna be a lot more gracious in these mistakes. I'll point it out, like, hey, okay, you guys, whatever.
Yeah,
But to
you
kind
should
of
do
abuse
this.
them, it's like, what are you doing? Like they're trying to, you know, push diversity, you could say, and represent you guys in the best way possible. And in that process, they will make some mistakes. Be gracious in their mistakes, and so they don't get scared away. Like right now, I'm pretty sure Ubisoft is like, yo, do we want to put another black person in this game, like in this Assassin's Creed games, or no? Probably not.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
people need to be careful with just the way they give critique, I should say.
yeah. Matthew Hum. Oh my God, Matthew Hum says I'm gonna get Expedition 33. I didn't know it was on Game Pass. Guess I can take a small break from Balatro. My guy, it's not a small break because once you get into the loop of dodging and parrying, that's another rhythm game in and of itself that you can get addicted to. And then when the music kicks in, oh my Lord, you're in trouble. You're in trouble, Matthew Hum. That game is also addictive. You're not seeing, are you not checking the chat, bro? People are talking about going to work late because they were playing Expedition 33. It is serious, my guy. People aren't talking about Masterpiece because, oh, it's a nice little experience. And then I'm going to bed at like 9 p.m. No. It's messing with people's time. Fuzzy says the side stuff in Shadows was better than side stuff in Ghost of Tsushima. Oh my God. The heresy. Seawolf, yes, Seawolf. When I said Morales, I didn't mean Spider-Man Morales. I meant the flag was wrong in Miles's house. Even though yes, the game was Spider-Man 2, but it was wrong in Miles Morales' house. That's what I'm saying. Uh, what's this? Ghost of Tsushima has you collecting like 80 flags and chasing 40 foxes plus all the other stuff. Ubisoft, hell no, hell Fuzzy, stop it, Fuzzy.
He
Don't be
sounded
like
true.
Oshas. Don't move the goalpost.
He
Don't move
sounded
the
true.
goalpost like Oshas, Fuzzy. No. Tai, it's not. Video games aren't just what you do. It's how you do it. Because every FPS has you shooting people, Tai. But there's something about the way it clicks with Destiny or Call of Duty that when people, or freaking Doom, right? It's the way you do it, the way you shoot that changes things.
No, because if
So,
somebody said you go pick 100 flowers, people gamers complain and say, "Oh, that's bloat." Doesn't matter if it's
yes,
cool, it's bloat,
but
right?
Tai, it's about how you do it, bro. These
No,
foxes,
you walk to the flower
the
and you press A.
oh my god. Well, all I will say is that they figured out a way to not make it a collectathon.
I can
You d-
promise you
you
it's
don't
the exact
feel
same thing. It's just
you
that
don't
people
feel like it's a
like,
collectathon.
well,
The
people just like
present
Ghost of
exactly.
Tsushima.
People like it. No. People like it because it's presented in a better way. You said it. You already said it. People
Well,
like it because it's
well, no.
presented in a better way. The same way like office jobs. Office jobs are office jobs, bro. But when you go on TikTok and then you see what people's office jobs are at Google, it's like I don't know, man. I think I'd like to work a desk job at Google. Doesn't sound terrible because, but at the end of the day, it's still a desk job. It's still an office job. Tell me I'm wrong, Ty.
Oh, you're wrong.
All right,
You're
all right,
Sapo says you're wrong too, so it's all good.
all right. Uh, Fuzzy says I already have 24 hours in Expedition 33. That's mad numbers, Fuzzy. Mad numbers.
I want to ask you a
Raichi,
question about that actually. Seeing as you just brought it up there, and maybe to the chat as well. One of the things I'm seeing a lot is people who aren't into turn-based games talk about Expedition 33 like, "Oh, I'm trying that out now," and that's probably has a lot to do with its interactive combat mechanics. Do we think that there's going to be a large portion of people who weren't into turn-based games now trying this game out? Um, Not to say that this is going to lead them into JRPG games, and I said it yesterday. In the same way, how like just because you like Elden Ring doesn't mean you like Souls like games. In the same
yeah.
way, you like Mario Kart doesn't
But
mean you
there's a
like
lot of
kart racing
people.
games.
There's a lot of people that tried Elden Ring,
Hmm.
jumped into other Souls likes, and actually enjoyed it.
Mm.
But most people jumped off quickly.
Hmm. But do you think with Expedition 33 that there's going to be a decent portion of people who don't like JRPGs picking this up and actually enjoying it?
Oh yeah, definitely,
Okay.
definitely. I can see it happening because once you fall in love with something, you want more of it. Just like what we're telling Oshus just now with the whole new games versus old games. As soon as you play this thing that clicks, it's like, all right, can I get more? Can I get more? Can I get more? This and then you'll keep buying them. Same thing with Doom. Remember when Doom 2016 came out, a whole bunch of boomer shooters came out. Boomer shooters are still popping right now. Maybe you, Oshus, and me aren't buying all of them, because they're not Doom. But a lot of these boomer shooters have been coming out and making money and finding players. So I can see this definitely popping off for JRPG people. Oshus, do you think this is going to spark a new trend? To tie his question.
No,
Oshus,
I don't think so.
get dressed. Okay, there he is.
I think
All right.
look like there's nothing again like going back to what I was saying about the game. This is going to be for the people that miss this type of role playing game being made by a studio like Square Enix versus a much more anime type turn based JRPG. So in terms of like, is it going to attract a new audience? Nah, I doubt it. I think like it's it's just going to satiate the market of the people that like this type of game, and there's millions of those people. So it's good.
I don't see it being like Elden Ring levels, but I think a lot of people are going to go try more JRPGs after this. Richie, thank you for the $2 Canadian. Says stupids get paid to make those mistake. I'm disgusted. What mistake, Richie? What you talking about? The Guinness says in fuzzy we trust. All right. Sapo says, but video games shouldn't be like clocking into a 9 to 5. It shouldn't be a job. That wasn't my point, Sapo. My point was the repetitive sequence of it. You know, shooters have you. Okay, boomer shooters have you walking into a room and clearing out enemies. That's what they all have you do. Doom, right? For all the hullabaloo, right? For all the excitement, if you want to go to the core of it, which is what Taya was trying to do with Ghost of Tsushima, if you want to go to the core of Doom, it's drop into this area, kill everything in the area, go to the next area, kill everything in that area, rinse and repeat. What there is new compared to all the other boomer shooters? There's nothing. It's about how they have you do it. You see what I'm saying? It's about how they have you do it. Fighting games. Round 1. Beat the guy on the other side of the screen. Every single fighting game has followed this exact sequence from the dawn of fighting games. But to use Tai's philosophy of, no, let's boil it down to the exact core thing that you have to do, then they're all the same. But they're not really. Because if you play them, there's no way you can say Tekken 8 is the same as Tekken 6. They're two different solar systems apart. But if you boil them down to Tai's philosophy, right, it's just one guy has to beat the other guy on the other screen until the bar finishes. So that's why I can't agree with you guys. I can't.
There's a competitive nature when it
We
comes to
can't do
like
this.
multiplayer games, right? So beat the other guy, that's different. That's either I'm playing against you, so you use your skill.
I
and we
noticed
have
how you
combos.
skipped Doom.
Okay, yeah, okay, well, yeah, okay. So let's talk about Doom then. What I would say here would be different is like if Doom said, okay, here is an additional 100 hours of content. Go and pick up the pink red flowers in all these other locations that are side missions. People would say that's fluff. Same as Assassin's Creed, it's fluff. Same thing for Ghost of Yote or Tsushima, it's all fluff. When we talk about side content, we
So
talk
there's no
about
collectibles
meaningful.
in Doom.
No. But they're all collectibles. Assassin's Creed is collectibles. Doom is collectibles. They all have these things. But Assassin's Creed is known, and I think it's people who say that they abuse it too much, where they've included vast amounts of side content that people will call filler. There's side stories in Assassin's Creed that you don't have to do that people don't consider filler because they're well told, they're
seems-
well written, right? They have maybe a main story arc and they have a boss, somebody you can take out. I'm sure Ghost of Tsushima has that too as well. I'm sure maybe even Doom has something like that too as well. But when Assassin's Creed tells you go, pick up 200 flowers in all over the world, and when Yote or Tsushima tells you that as well, it's the exact
Dang,
same
what
thing.
the fuck? What is this?
Who's this
What
tiny
is
toast
this?
guy speaking facts?
Oshus, do you agree with what Tam put in the comment section? I put it up on the screen.
These are facts.
He says I just love playing
I
games.
partially agree. I partially agree. With
What? You think I just glazed PlayStation? For real?
Yeah, you're biased.
I think a lot of people glaze Ghost because it's PlayStation. Like, there's a lot of games that get a free pass like that on PlayStation.
I'm not
So
talking about other people, Oshus. The jab that Tai took here was for my chin, not for everyone else's chin. It's my chin on the
No,
line
but you
right
have those
now.
tendencies. I'm talking. Yeah, you have those tendencies as well to be a opponent.
What?
I think there's truth to that.
Yeah, you didn't PlayStation.
That's wild, man.
You used to be more like
That's
me,
freaking
in the
wild.
middle. Neutral.
You are the only neutral one here.
I'll do the neutral one here.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. All right, all right. If you say so. Retro, welcome in. Up the Villa, brother. Up the Villa. I have to support someone that's not Man United because it's been very rough. Thursday. Thursday is the Europa game. First leg. Hopefully we can win. We'll see. The Guinness says the Outer Worlds, which it just finished, has some incredible side quests, but also has some of the most filler ones you will ever see. The game hits both ends of the spectrum with its side quest. 1,000,000%. Guinness. 1,000,000%. There's a couple of side quests there. It's like, bro, I don't think this is necessary. But also, great game. Great game. Yo, Derizi says Ty spitting bars calling me a pony. Oh my god. That's wow. Vicious, bro. Vicious. I'm not a pony, man. The Guinness says, are the women in Ghosts barefoot? If so, If so, I see why Loki is going to bed. There's a couple of them that are barefoot. There's a couple. Forget the Villa, support the tune. Who's higher in the table? Who's high? Is it Newcastle or Aston Villa? I need to know. I need to know. Anyways. So the non-linear campaign, Ty, before we got sidetracked by this talk about filler and okay. Guess I'm going with the tune then. So sorry, Retro. Sorry. Ty, go ahead, finish your point on why you think this is a mixed move from Yote.
The execution is going to be important here, but overall, it's not necessarily a good sign. I think if you have side stories, right, and that's fine, as long as the main story is the main story, and maybe even to some extent you can have some people from the main story comment on the side story. The problem is when you've just created this separate silos where you could have there's 10 missions to complete and they're all independent from each other. That's not really good storytelling. Because if I can just do everything in any random fashion where there's no consistency there, so it doesn't inspire confidence. But we'll see what Sucker Punch does, and Sony's generally good at telling stories. However, what I will say is that they're good at telling strict stories that follow a very
Linear
linear part.
stories.
Yeah, exactly. So this will be something new, and I guess we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and usually good stories,
hmm
Oshas, good stories usually have a path and they have a reliable and well thought out and planned crescendo that leads you to, the ultimate payoff. But randomly going up and down and left and right and whatever, there's a very high chance for this to go very badly. What are your thoughts on this? Or maybe you support the non-linear path.
I just have to think if I've got an opinion on this because I'm not a big fan of like Ghost of Tsushima in the first place. So again, like I played the game, but like there was nothing to me that was exceptional. Like it was stuff that I'd experienced before. To Taya's point in games like Assassin's Creed, so it didn't really do anything for me. But yeah, man, like I think Sony is better at telling linear stories than they are, say, your more open world type of things. I can't think of many games that they've done where like maybe no, I can't actually think of any. Most of their games are structured in a very linear fashion, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do this. But knowing Sony, they're going to know how to bring it around. They've got enough experience to be able to do that. To even if you do all these things, the easiest way to do it, or the way that works, is to do it in a Witcher 3 type of fashion. If they can do that and follow that structure, I think it will work, especially being the sort of RPG that this game is. Yeah, I can see that working if they follow like the Witcher 3 template. They can make it work.
All right. The Guinea, the suit's coming back. I promise. The suit's coming back next week. Get ready. All right. Get the baby oil out. Get the towel out. I aim to satisfy. All right, you will be satisfied when we're done next week. All right, so that's Ghost of Yote. Me personally, if I'm being straight on this one, right? Like completely honest, I don't see it, bro. I think this game's gonna flop. Honestly, I
Hasn't
think it's not
necessarily.
going. I don't think it's going to do well.
What date
I
is it
might
coming
be
out
wrong.
again?
August 2nd, November 2nd. Let's
November,
see,
October. Um,
October.
I think that might be a good day. I don't think there's any other big game around it, so I think it'll do well enough. I trust Sony's gonna, I trust Sucker Punch is gonna make a great game.
I think it'll
So
sell less than Ghost of Tsushima.
that's reasonable. Yeah, is it because it's
Yeah.
a woman?
No, no.
Say the truth.
No, it's not even. Dude, come on.
Tell the truth.
We are the people. We are the people that love Lara Croft, man. We love Stella Blade. This is not even a problem. Um, well, to be honest, right? First off, the protagonist doesn't look cool, right?
Oh, see,
The
there we
protagonist
go.
doesn't
There
look
you
cool.
go. Here it comes.
The protagonist in
Here it comes.
Assassin's Creed Shadows, Nawe, actually looks cool. Now it looks cool. The chick from Ghost of Yote doesn't. Hatsu, huh? Like Hatsu, and then someone has to say "bless you" or some shit. I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, and the only people that seem to be feeling this game is like fanboys from what I've seen. It's a lot of fanboys. And one thing I've had to learn the rough way is that you cannot trust the feelings and thoughts and predictions of fanboys, because it was fanboys that told us Redfall was the shit. You know, it was fanboys that told us Concord was a banger, and they couldn't stop playing it. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember there was the Sony fanboys telling us that Concord was straight heat, and yet both flopped. So no, the only people I'm seeing right now excited about Ghost of Yote is fanboys, and I ain't trusting them for nothing. I'm just trusting myself right now, and from what I'm looking, I'm not excited. Uh, the Guinness says fanboys in Tim Dog we trust. No. Ty, tell us why you think Ghost of Yote is gonna sell very well before we move on to Doom.
It's gonna sell well because I think what Sucker Punch
Do you
has
think it's
done.
gonna sell more? I think it's going to flop because I think it's going to sell less than Ghost of Tsushima. Do you think it'll sell more?
It's gonna sell less. Yeah,
All
for sure, it's
right.
gonna sell less. Yeah.
All right.
I would say that wouldn't be considered a flop to me or to Sony. I think they might understand that you know what the PS5 there's probably less because remember Ghost of Tsushima came out the tail end of the PS4, so there's way more consoles out there, way more users
Way
to
more
sell
people
to.
playing.
Yeah,
Mm.
and I think it was also at the height where everyone was getting into the kind of story driven kind of game. So there's a few things going for it. Now in 2025, I mean, there's a lot of good games out. GTA is coming out as well. I think Rachie, or sorry, the Gina mentioned how like GTA is gonna like affect every game sales, and that's true. You know, if you're somebody who was gonna get Ghost of Tsushima, sorry, Ghost of Yote, 3 months later, 2 months later, you're gonna end up buying GTA instead. Um, so yeah, I think it's gonna do well, just not as well as Tsushima. But I think Sony knows that, so I don't think it's gonna be a problem.
That's fine. Hey man, if you're prepared for failure, that's also
Why you
fine.
call it a failure?
Because dude, that's exactly what it is. Like we sit here and we talk about corporations all the time. That with corporations, it's not enough to say that you made lots of money. The only thing the corporation wants to know is, did you make more money than the last time? Oh, you didn't? Then you failed, bro.
Hmm.
It's as simple as that. And the question is, will this make more than Ghost of Tsushima? No. So it's a failure. Oshus, do you think this is gonna sell more than Ghost of Tsushima?
Uh, Probably not. I don't see it. Again, like, and it's basic things like the marketing to me again is that, and it's the same question I always ask is that who is the who is this
I
marketing?
love that
Oh my
statement.
god. Oh
I
my
love that
god.
statement so
You know
much.
what?
Like,
Let's have this out. Let's have this out because I saw you and Ty kind of going into it on Twitter, and I'd like to properly hear this argument, Oshis.
to
Please
me, it just,
explain
you know,
exactly what do you mean when you say who is this made for?
yeah, who's this marketed to? Who's the audience? Who's the target audience? Is it
The people that are
everyone
gonna
that
buy the
buys?
game, bro. It's a lot
Okay,
of
who's
people that are
that?
gonna buy that game. This game's gonna sell at least 5 million.
But who's that? Who's that target audience? What's the demographic of that audience? That's all I'm
Guys,
asking. It's just basic. Like these are basic marketing questions. Whenever you have a product, like if they're saying, well, this is for people that buy first party PlayStation games, then fair enough. There's an audience there. There's a market there. There's like that you can. Whenever you release a first party game, some people always buy that. So those people are gonna buy it. But in terms of appeal, like I look at this game and I'm like, yes, this thing is like, what's the appeal here? What's the is it for people that like history? Like I don't know, like
Stop it.
yeah, like I don't think it's gonna do as well as the first one for multiple reasons, but the main reason is I just don't see who the market for this game is aside from people that buy if it's first party and it's PlayStation, or of course third person because most of PlayStation's first party games are third person. People that like third person games are probably gonna get it because it's what Sony does is make these movie like games. So yeah, but that's
I would
gonna
argue that like yeah, I think the people who got the first game are gonna like it. I think people who got the I think I think where the game is gonna have an issue might be the fact that I think around the time it came out, open world games were still big and popular, right? And I think everyone we all said this is a Ubisoft like game, and that's probably a problem because we're probably looking for smaller experiences, maybe experiences that might be like a Clear Obscure or whatever it is. And when Ghost of Yote is coming out, it's this idea of like, well, this is Ubisoft like game number two, and maybe people are not too excited about another open world game. Like this guy said, it's bigger and better. I think gamers might be getting tired of
Yes,
that term,
we've
bigger
moved
and
past
better.
that. Yeah,
Mm.
biggest map we've ever made. And then
Sorry.
who cares? No,
Yeah.
they said no. I'm just adding to your point. They said in the quotes, "Oh, this is the biggest map we've ever made." So what, bro? We don't care.
Yeah, I think that's so. I think I agree with Ushers that like that's probably going to affect it somewhat. So and listen, I think GTA is going to affect like if you're coming out a month, 2 months after, or even a month before, I think that's a
Damn,
really bad thing to do because the
damn.
tail end is really really important. I mentioned on this podcast before that God of War has sold 20 million units. So far the first one, sorry, the one in 2017 or 2018. But in the
2018.
first year, it sold 9 million units. So it means like over the space of a couple of years, there was maybe 11 million or 12 million. I think those months are important, and you don't really want a game like GTA around you. It's gonna mess up some kind of sales. I know some guys right now who are going back and forth. Should I get Oblivion? Should I get Club Obscure? And they've had to make a tough decision as to which one they want to play. I think GTA is just the worst game to kind of have in that discussion.
yeah, like there is no, it is the biggest, it's the main event. So yeah,
It's the big chungus.
Hmm.
That's GTA. You don't want to be next to him.
nah.
No, sirree. Davies says I'm going to buy 3 copies. Who told you I'm gonna buy 3? I'm gonna buy 2, bro. Not 3. 2 is enough. I know people who have put over 60 hours into 33. I mean, wow, that's impressive. The game is going to die fast by releasing the same time as something else that big. Yeah, if it releases around GTA, it's going to be even worse for
The
that
where I
game.
think Sony will be smart is, I mean, they'll still be affected, but they likely have the marketing rights for GTA, so they know it's coming.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah, so they will plan this properly. And I think I was listening to Rand's show, and he made a point that the way these games are all dropping now, and
See, Rand, you
not
can
being
say
pushed.
like, yeah, I heard from Rand X, Y, and Z. I know who Rand is. Most people in gaming know who Rand is. Don't nobody know who that other guy is that you mentioned earlier.
I don't know. I think Blessing might be bigger than Ram because Blessing is like kind of funny.
Yeah, he's quite. I
Yeah,
just know he's that black guy from Kind of Funny.
yeah. Whereas
The
Ram
black
is
guy
very
from Kind of
Xbox.
Funny is Paris. That's who I
No,
know.
This is another black guy.
no, there's another black
They don't
guy.
all look the same look, right?
Oh, fuck off. That's not what I said. That is not what I said. All right? Don't make me out to be this guy. It's like, no, they all look the same. No, no, no. You know what?
There could be more than
For
two
that,
black guys in the show. You do know
That's too
that.
much
So.
DEI, bro.
oh god.
I saw that.
All
That was
right.
a conversation about
Let's
Lipsky or
let's get
someone.
all right, let's get to the trailer because I can't handle this anymore. No, no. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Doom the Dark Ages official trailer number 2. This one was released 3 days ago. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
The Makers felt a weapon as powerful as the Slayer should be guided.
They lied to us. Now he has a leash.
He's not one of us.
Our enemy is divided. The time is now.
They fear him, and so your dominion over hell is not absolute.
Avoid the Slayer. Focus on breaking humans first.
That demon, he's after something. That much power in Hell's hands. None of us would survive. Bishop Creed, we need him.
Launch the Slayer.
Impact confirmed. The Slayer has been activated.
I can never rule as king. So long as you are the only one they fear.
Oh, let's go.
Stronger than maybe even you.
May 15th.
I got 3 months of Game Pass, so you know. But to this trailer, like this is like I know we saw the developer direct and we saw the trailer earlier. This was
Yeah.
really good. Like this is well made.
Yeah.
They clearly hired somebody to do this. This felt like a movie, and the actual sad thing here for me is I'm not really a big fan of Doom. I'm not really a big fan of this kind of shooting games. But when I was just listening to that and I'm seeing the animations, I actually was thinking to myself, this is gonna be dope. Then as soon as the gameplay came up and the rock music, I was like, fuck this. I just wasn't feeling that. But I know for the people out there,
Really?
that's gonna be I'm not really into this kind of game. So it's not a knock on the game or the genre. It's just me. Because when I'm listening to this, it feels like some kind of epic Halo kind of
Movie.
video game. Like if there's some kind of RPG Halo like game, I'll be
Halo
there.
was badass.
Yeah, I'll be there 100%. But Doom is not like Halo. Doom
Screw
is
you, Run
different.
Slasher.
But yeah, really, really well done trailer. Villain actually looks But he actually looks really good as well. Like, he's talking right. He has the right voice. Better than that freaking Atriox garbage Halo Infinite bad guy anyway. But yeah, this is really well done. Well done to the team, and yeah, for someone like me who's not into Doom, this actually did get me excited.
Wow. For me, it's just crazy that you saw the gameplay and you said no. Like, I got an erection looking at this gameplay.
Yeah,
and
but it
you're
just
talking
looks
about
like
no.
it feels a little bit. I don't know, like on the rails. Is it? I don't know. There's something about it that just looks.
On the rails.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. But you know what? It's probably the rock music really turned me off. Like, why are you playing that?
Because
What?
Put some hip hop in that.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, he's trolling. No,
trap
he's
music.
trolling. He's
Oh,
trolling. All
God.
right. You almost got me on that one, Ty. You almost got me on that one.
Like
Put some
Mick
trap
Gordon
music.
is turning in his studio.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Yeah. Ron Slash is saying, "Show the Dustbone trailer next." Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure. Vincent Vega, come to the dark side. We have Doom, says Microsoft. No, you don't have to go to Microsoft, actually. You could just play it on PS5.
Yeah.
There's no need to go to Microsoft. You could
You
just
can
play this
pay
on
the
PS5
$70.
day one.
PS5 Pro.
Day one, my guy. You can play it on PS5. It's fine. He can't handle that much power. Oh, screw you, Dairies. Saying I'm trying to avoid the Dustbone because they can't handle that power. Yeah, sure, but so Ty, you're not feeling the gameplay, but the trailer is interesting. Oshas, thoughts?
I like everything I saw, man. Like I didn't like Eternal. Like Eternal didn't do it for me. I liked Doom 2016. Eternal just was too elaborate in a lot of ways. So I'm really looking forward to this. And I even saw, like, for instance, with they've got sliders. So you can literally almost like customize your difficulty and like how you want to pace the game. So that there is really appealing.
But if
So
the
I'm
game,
getting
I
no,
disagree
like
with
not all
that.
of us play. Yeah, well, you can, but like not all of us play games for the same reasons. I just want to have fun. I don't want to have something that's just gonna frustrate me. Like that's not what I play games. I play
Dude,
games.
don't you want to feel? Don't you want to
No,
feel sweaty
no,
palms?
no.
Don't
I
you want to be
don't want.
anxious?
No,
And then when you beat the boss, you feel that sweet
no,
release
no. I don't care
of
about
just
any of that.
yes,
I'm not a. This is why I'm not a blood. What is it? A Souls guy.
Souls
I
like
play games mostly for good narrative. If you've got good story, good mechanics that are engaging and that are fun, happy.
Souls like
Not for
suck with stories. Souls like are
Yeah,
terrible with stories.
stories is an inverted comma. So no, I like everything I saw. I think, and again, presentation wise, I always advocate for sell gameplay. Yes, you can have story bits, but let me see what I'm going to be experiencing. And when you watch this is something you want to experience.
Hell
And
yeah.
you want to have fun doing this. And again, like a lot of people pushed, like you, they also pushed back with the sliders. Like, no, it should be a set difficulty. And what the guy said is that, like, if that's what you're into, then do that. What I hate is these guys that they want everything to be the same for them as it
Mother
is for. It's like,
no, Ty, ain't this the same guy? Ain't this the same guy that was like he doesn't want to see games that don't cater to him? Ty,
Yeah.
This hypocrisy. This is the same guy that was here preaching about he doesn't want to see games that aren't tailor-made for him. Now he's saying he hates the people that are saying that Halo shouldn't be catering to everyone and making sliders so people like Oshers can play it without having to go through the usual difficulties that the previous Halo.
I'm sure you're trying to make a point here.
No, when it's your turn, you want
Yes.
accessibility. When it's for other people, no, I don't want these types
do
of
you
games.
want me to play your game or not? If you don't want me to play your game, don't make it accessible. It's as simple as that, man.
Dude. I'm just saying you're being a hypocrite, bro. That's all I'm saying.
But weren't you the one that said that we're all hypocrites? I think I have got a recording of you saying that we're all hypocrites.
Yeah, but have you ever agreed with that? Because I always say it. I'm saying, have you ever agreed with that sentiment? Because I remember you saying you're not. Now you want to use my quotes when you don't even believe you don't even agree with me when I say we're all hypocrites.
I don't think I
Come on.
disagree with you.
Okay, so you do agree with me that we're all hypocrites.
Maybe.
Wait, I'm a hypocrite? Excuse me? Let's not misunderstand. I'm the most consistent one on this show. Okay?
Oh, jeez, here we go.
No grift,
You think
no
the
left,
thing is
no right.
you think you're the most consistent one.
I'm the one with all the numbers, the facts.
No. You think that is your perception, is that you think that you always have facts and numbers, but a lot of the stuff is also just conjecture and your feeling of like, okay, I don't like these losers who don't agree who don't agree with
They don't want to buy every single game, even though they don't live in the first world.
Or who don't
country.
like third world, like so who don't like whatchamacallit. What would you call these companies? Big
Yes, Dorian Gray. Yes, Dorian Gray. They just want to watch Lifetime movies with buttons. Oh, sorry, buttons. Yes, Dorian Gray. Yes. Davies, he says, Oshus, that's a new low. He tried to pull a Loke on Loke.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know.
That's a good one. No, Davies, for that, I'm putting you up on the screen. Well done, brother. Well done. Where's the applause button? No. Nah. Well done, Davies.
Should be pedantic.
From like
He'll
bottom,
grab the littlest detail and then he'll like
yo,
he'll kill you on that.
From the bottom of my heart, bro. Thank you, Davies. Appreciate that one. All these Sony fed dudes. Yo, settle down, Dorian Gray. Settle down. All right. Sony is awesome. All right. Settle down. Soy fed to soy, not Sony. All right, cool. Listen, if you're not shitting on Sony, we're good. Big Mad Mo says, how far are y'all in Expedition 33? I am. I'm on Act 2. I haven't gone. I literally just got the Act 2 thing screen, blah blah blah, and then that's where I am right now. Oshus, how far are you on Expedition 33?
I think I'm still on Act 1. Like I'm struggling with combat quite a bit. So I'm still in the part like with it's me and this girl with no shoes, trying to get around that first area there.
Okay, so you're still at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm still at the beginning. I'm like 4 hours in.
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
But yeah, I haven't put I don't have that much time to game these days.
All
if
right,
only you
so
were filthy rich.
There we go.
Yes, Big Mad Mo, Act 1 was bonkers, brother. It was insane. I don't know where this is going. But I know I'm definitely in for the ride.
How many characters do you have? Because just to gauge how far you are, how many characters have you unlocked in your expedition?
I think I'm on like 5. Yeah, 5 characters.
Oh, okay. So you actually, I know you quite a bit in.
Yeah. Seawolf says we get extras on PS5. All right, let's see what we get, because I also have a PS5. I'm gonna have to put the audio on because apparently there's 5 minutes. Oh my guy, 5 minutes is a long time. Let me put the volume a bit lower. Apparently this one has like special stuff for PlayStation specifically.
Oh, I saw this.
Yeah.
Hello everyone out there in Sony land. This is Hugo Martin, game director on Doom the Dark.
What's happening,
reporting
Hugo?
to you live from the offices here at id Software.
Okay.
Well, actually, it's a recording, but that's okay.
Oh yeah, I know this guy. He was on Joe Rogan.
Talk about Doom the Dark Ages, releasing May 15th on PlayStation 5. And that's right around the corner. I can't believe it.
What the hell is this?
This is the best Doom game we've ever made.
Apparently, there's some extra details here that they're going to like announce, saying like we have extra.
Did he just say welcome everybody to Sony land?
Yeah, this presentation is just for Sony, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Like Phil is okay.
We
He's
gave this
okay.
everything
He's
we
on the
had. We left
corner.
no feature
He's
unpolished.
watching.
We got 20
And he's saying yes.
Stop it, Oshis. Stop it.
It's
Stop
okay.
it.
Go ahead,
loads
honey.
of incredible tons of gameplay innovations like the shield saw,
Ah, you're
flail,
disgusting, dude.
crazy guns, with huge worlds to explore, and an awesome roller coaster ride of an action story to carry you through to the finish. This will be an epic odyssey through a savage world full of powerful villains, crazy locations, and awesomely brutal weapons. But if you've been following along, you've heard all this before. You know Doom the Dark Ages is a premium single-player campaign featuring 3 core pillars of engagement: combat, story, and exploration. I'm guessing
go.
you tuned in because you want to hear something new, something about the game no one else has heard about. Well, I've got a good one for you.
Cosmic
We
Realm.
have, as I said, fantastic worlds to explore throughout the story. One of them is totally unique for a Doom game. A space we've never been to, but a world I've wanted to incorporate into the Doom universe for a while. The Cosmic Realm. You will bear witness to the cyclopean architecture of this Lovecraftian dimension as you explore its darkest secrets and battle its most insane enemies.
It's a big brain.
Unholy union between Hell and the Cosmic Realm has been formed. Why, you ask? Well, you're going to need to watch the story to find out. No spoilers here today. But this partnership has
Good
given
stuff.
birth to some new type of adversaries for the Slayer to fight. Enemies like the Cosmic Baron. Twin-bladed brute, he attacks with relentless pressure, and at range
Such a
releases a
nerdy
flurry of
game.
psionic attacks that can block
Yes.
your projectiles and rip through your precious health. But fear not, because embedded in his attacks are parry windows that a skilled Doomslayer should be able to exploit.
This is the
He or
the
she
time
be
of
brave
parry.
enough to stand and fight.
It's the age of parry, bro. It's
All the
age
strongest
of
foes in
parry.
Dark Ages require this kind of aggression. You weave your way through the maze of projectiles, just like in classic Doom, to then go toe-to-toe
There
with
you
the
go.
biggest demons we've
Who needs to
ever
dodge?
created.
Parry the motherfucker to death.
And after you've dispatched with the Cosmic Baron, be careful, because rising above the dark horizon, you'll find the powerful Kaka Demon, a hybrid between the two dimensions
Kaka
and newly
Demon.
designed for this
Kaka.
game. This floating
Does it
mass
shit
of
all over you?
telepathic terror will stun players with his advanced shield attacks
That's
and
what I'm
cripple you with
thinking.
his
Do these
tentacle
guys
strikes
know
should
what
you allow
Kaka
him to
means,
get
bro?
close. But you can counter these enemies' assaults with a new weapon, born from the mollusk swamps of the Carthua marshes, an ancient tool from dimensions beyond our
It's
own.
not a
The
BFG,
Reaver
bro.
shot.
It's not a
A
BFG.
brutal ballistic iron mace of death. Fire it quickly to unleash a light attack to a single foe. Hold down the trigger to charge the Chaos Sphere and unleash brutal long-range melee strikes, turning
Ooh,
your
that is
enemies'
nice.
insides
Check
into
the parrying
demonic
that he's
pulp.
doing.
This weapon is unlike anything we've ever had in an id game. It
Do you guys
brings
see
the
that?
fantastic
Like,
attack to
he's
a
not even
single
dodging
foe.
the boss.
Hold down
No.
the
Watch,
trigger
watch,
to
watch,
charge
watch.
the Chaos Sphere and
Like, he
unleash
gets in,
brutal
nice,
long-range
bam,
melee
parry.
strikes, turning your
Bam.
enemies' insides into demonic
That is
pulp.
nice.
This weapon is
He
unlike
parried
anything
with the
we've
gun,
ever
bro.
had in an id game. It brings the fantastic melee combat featured in Doom the Dark Ages to a whole new, brutal level of bone-breaking destruction. The sound, the design,
Bone-breaking
the visuals,
destruction.
this weapon is
Oh, yeah.
amazing.
Chaya, you still bored, bro?
There are so many more secrets to
Yeah.
reveal and legends to build here in this new world we've
Chaya is
crafted for
bored
you.
watching this
I think
gameplay,
you'll
or
find your
just...
time here to be
Yeah.
full of
All this
intrigue and
gameplay.
bloody bone
Bro.
crushing mayhem.
Man, Western
And
Like, are we sure
it
this
will
guy...
all look amazing on your PlayStation
You weren't
5,
that what?
featuring
Western devs
cutting-edge,
suck, bro.
ludicrous mode graphics powered by the all-new
Western
id Tech
devs
8.
suck. Oh, screw you.
The
You suck,
innovations
bro.
in this latest version
What
of
is this
id Tech
crap?
allows us to have more content
Crap.
visible on
All they know is
screen.
graphics.
Too much
bro.
awesomeness, no?
Yeah.
Oh
Bigger
my
space
god, did you see
more
that slam?
content
Watch
visible
this
on
slam.
screen than ever
Bam!
before.
And then he killed
Bigger
them when he
spaces
lands.
with
Oh,
longer
that's wild.
views, more enemies to fight, more
Nah, Chai, I'm
destruction,
sorry,
better
man.
feedback,
Something's
a
wrong with
better
you.
gaming
There's not
experience.
enough. Sexy
We
women
have
in
fully
this game, bro.
dynamic lighting powered through
Not
ray
enough
tracing,
nudity.
which has allowed us to iterate faster during development, empowering our team to make
Funny
better
guy,
art
man.
faster.
Specific. I don't see anything
Id Tech 8
special
is a
for the
purpose-built
PS5
engine
though.
made specifically for Doom
No,
the
it
Dark
seems like
Ages,
there's nothing special
with
for this
performance
PS5.
that's
It's just
buttery
PS5 for
smooth at
enhancements.
60 frames per
It
second.
seems like
This game
Sony
will
might
play
have
as good
some
as it looks.
advertising. The
And
extreme
there's so
version would
much
say
more,
that
to be
Sony had
honest,
the
that we still have
advertising
yet to share. But
prior
we just
to the
wanted to give the
acquisition, but I
Sony
doubt
fans
it, obviously.
something special as
What's
we head
probably
into
happening
launch.
here
Oh, here we
is
go.
that-
Here we go.
We cannot wait
Hold on.
to share this experience with you. It is the biggest and most complete.
Wait, he said
epic
there's something
game we have
special for the
ever made
Sony
it
fans.
in. It plays fantastic on the
that's it.
PlayStation 5 and, of course, the PlayStation 5 Pro. There will be so many things to see, abilities to unlock, and demons to crush in
There's
Doom the
nothing.
Dark Ages when it releases on May 15th. So from all of us
Ah,
at id, thank you so much for your time and continue.
There's nothing.
Yeah,
There's
so I think
nothing
what's
that was
just happening
specifically
here
said
is,
about Sony, bro.
so from what I can see, Sony is
Take a shot every time he says PS5.
Sony's
Sorry, go ahead,
marketing
Jay.
this, and they're pushing it. So on their social media, they're pushing it. The PlayStation, obviously, website is pushing it. So it seems, and I think there's a blog post about it. So Sony's marketing this game. What's probably happening here is, I don't know if there's some money being passed. Probably not, but I don't know. I mean, I think for Xbox, it makes. You could say it makes sense because if Sony's marketing this and they're the biggest platform, you will get more sales. So there's a win there, I suppose. But it does kind of, I guess, devalue your own platform. But then again, I guess we've noticed for some time now that they're moving towards, being a multi-platform studio. So it is what it is.
Yes, honey.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because there's no reason why this should never happen. But if this is happening, it's because you see the other platform as probably the main source. Like, they're the main cash cow. So this
More well endowed.
this is everything.
More well endowed. Oh my lord.
Because it's not just a trailer. It's the dude literally saying, "Hello, PlayStation, my fellow PlayStation fans." That's why I was like, "Wait, what is this? Is this
Dude, it's
actually
on the
Xbox?"
PlayStation channel. Yeah, it's on the
But
PlayStation
also,
channel.
to kind of pick it up, I think somebody pointed out that Indiana Jones is selling more on PlayStation than on Steam and Xbox.
Yeah, it's doing numbers.
So as far as Xbox is concerned, that's where the money is. That's where they have to go. And
For single player games, it seems like that's probably it.
Forza as well will probably do this. I think the main thing here is that, I think, as what I said for some time now, is that the console player base
Forza's
is not
already
enough.
been on PC.
Yeah, the Forza player base is not enough, and when you're not enough, we got to go somewhere else, and that just shows you
How is 45 million people playing a game not enough? I don't understand.
Shareholders, Ushers, you need to make more this year than you made last year.
All right.
This is the price, bro. This is the price. This is the price that you pay.
Insanity.
This is the price that you pay. If the guys on who own Forza were just a bunch of independent devs, they'd be over the moon with what they're making right now, and they'd be cool. But it's not enough, because the shareholders will ask you, how much did you make last year? Well, you need to add a one next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. So for that, you need to make moves like this. The market must always improve. It must never stagnate, because stagnation is death. That's how
Insanity. Craziness.
It's not crazy. I don't think it's crazy, man. I think it's the nature. It's the nature of the beast, and we just have to make peace with it. The same way Phil has made peace with it. That's why Phil looks like he's 50 years older. I think when he got into those meetings with the big boys, and then they started explaining to him what the real deal is, and that shit must have stressed him out. I think it broke his heart, bro.
It looks like what happened there was he was very optimistic on where the gaming industry was going, and the people at Microsoft were telling him, because like I keep going back to that email where he's telling the board of directors, Amy and Satya, they're like, I know I'm talking crazy, I'm very overexcited, but trust me, I believe that we have a better product than Sony. We're gonna sell. Like he's really kind of overshooting, and the fact that like he's saying this means that like people at Microsoft are looking at him like, you need to calm down. Like we don't think we have the numbers here, but he was optimistic, so he actually believed in the project. But as the years went on, the numbers didn't add up, and eventually Xbox is like, "Yo, you have deliverables, bro. You got to bring them in." And
Damn.
they would be very happy if Phil says, "I'll get you the Game Pass numbers. I'll get you the revenue, and without putting our games on PlayStation." They don't care. They just say, "This is your deliverables. Get it some way, somehow." And when you can't get to it, you need to find some way somehow, right? So that's why they go multi-platform. But I'll say something though. I think what Phil is doing, and I hope he releases a book sometime in the future, and he really like says everything, because I think there's a lot there. Because if Jim Ryan releases a book, that's fine. If Sean Layden releases a book, that's also okay. But I think Phil is a whole lot more interesting because there's a lot going on here, especially with Game Pass, cloud gaming, and especially with what we're seeing with the FTC. But I think what Phil might be doing, and I've said this a few times here as well, that he's recognized a defeat has happened, but he's saying, but I want to do something for the industry. I want to go down this path where we're making consoles, and we're bringing in Lenovo, we're bringing in LG to start making home consoles for gamers. So now you guys have choice in making these gamers with this PC like hybrid, and therefore you now have Steam, Epic, the Xbox Store, everything in one place. I'm trying to push cloud gaming so people in certain regions who can't afford these consoles can get it. I'm trying to push Game Pass so people who don't have the income can also get this product as well. I'm trying to leave a mark that is consumer pro friendly. Yes, I'm sacrificing Xbox, but am I really? Because we were already losing, and we were going to lose in the process. So this way, everybody wins. And I think that's the message. And people can't come to that conclusion yet because they're still kind of stuck in this, console-like mind frame. But in 5 to 10 years' time, I think people will look very fondly on Phil as an actual gamer of the industry. I think they'll look at Yoshida in a good way.
Oof.
They'll look at Layden some way in a good way. But Phil comes across as an actual genuine gamer who actually cares about the industry, not the competitive nature of it.
All right. I
didn't even hear what this douchebag said. What the hell did you say?
You don't? No, he didn't say anything constructive. He did not say anything constructive. Nothing of value was lost by not hearing what Oshus just said.
Why? Like I said something very profound. I think that was profound. That's a profound statement.
It was profoundly useless. That's what it was. Please, no one rewind. No one rewind. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. You don't have to have heard what Oshus just said. Anyway, let's look at another video game trailer. This one is called Rooftops and Alleys. For some reason, I still had the IGN article up, and then I just remembered that IGN videos do not play well on stream. I don't understand why. But anyway, they have the official trailer on YouTube, so should be fine. There's audio, there's music, so we can't listen to the music. Anyway, here we go. All right. So this game is called Rooftops and Alleys. It's about parkouring. Do you guys still remember parkouring? Remember when it was cool? Well, here's a game about parkouring. Maybe it's still cool. I don't know. Maybe I'm just the old guy. So, Ty, you can go first. What do you think?
This looks good. Not really into it, but I've seen a few games like this on VR, and obviously, I think we all remember the one that Ubisoft, EA made. But is this multiplayer?
Seems like it, yeah.
Man,
you can play solo, and you can play with other players.
This is, you know, one thing, yeah. There's Assassin's Creed fans and like specific channels who they love that game simply for the parkour, and obviously they hate the new versions because they don't really focus on parkour too much.
At
So
all.
I'm looking at this and yeah, first person, third person. This looks really really good, and I'm really surprised that no one has tried to make a game like this for some time ever since what was the one on EA that EA made that Dice made again?
Oh yeah. Oh
I
my
can't
god,
remember
I'm
the name.
forgetting.
But
With
yeah, I'm
the
surprised.
female
Yeah,
protagonist.
female protagonist. Yeah, but I'm surprised that
Legendary
and
games,
this looks
man.
really
Those
really
games
good
were
as well.
awesome.
So
Does anyone in the chat remember those games? I'm forgetting.
do you know why? Do you know why I think is really? I don't know if you guys played Prince of Persia, right? Before we were thin, and remember when you had the Dakota chasing you?
Yeah, that's an
That was such a good
yeah.
Mirror's Edge.
Mirror's
That's
Edge.
the game.
Mirror's
Mirror's
Edge. Yeah,
Edge.
That was
Ron Slasher said it.
God.
But
It
yeah,
still holds up, bro. Mirror's Edge till today, if you go and play it. And to Osh's point, this is one of the first of the few things me and Oshus agree with. To Osh's point, art style can really determine whether your game lasts. And Mirror's Edge is one of those games. You can play it today. My brothers and sisters in gaming, you can play Mirror's Edge today. And it is mind blowing. It's awesome. But go ahead, Ty. Sorry.
no, I think the key thing for me for this game is just apart from the fact that it's unique, it's parkour, but it's if it's multiplayer, this is something I could see myself playing if the right people contact me, say hey let's play, let's chase around,
Let's go run.
let's go run and catch a bad guy or escape from the cops or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I would love it.
Like a good side mission would be you. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm coming up with this idea. But I think it would be fun if they made a collaboration with Schedule One, and then you're parkouring with drugs on your back and you're trying to get it to customers. I'm just saying.
That's already a
I
better
think that.
Are you reliving like one of your past your youth experiences?
Oh Lord.
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. I don't think that's what they have. Because again, like when you're doing these sort of games, like I always think, like at least have a hook. Don't just
have a motivation.
have
Why are you
something.
doing this?
Yeah. Why?
I'll expand on what you said. Look, not like Schedule One stuff, but I think anything. So you're like a delivery guy.
Yeah. Oh man, there's so many concepts
honestly,
here.
yeah. And if you the more I watch this, the more I'm thinking this looks really good, like really, really good.
Yeah, they just need to figure out a story here.
Do you know who should do something?
Well,
I think we're probably going to see something similar with Ubisoft's multiplayer game whenever it comes out. But I think Ubisoft should make something like this. I think they already have the foundation with all the Assassin's Creed parkour stuff.
Yeah, but I can see a story here, guys. Think about it. You a campaign where you're a runner and you run illegal stuff, whether it's guns, drugs, documents, and then you run afoul with an issue with one of your deliveries, like you deliver the like incriminating evidence for the city mayor, and then the mayor gets taken down, and then the city goes to shit. And then the game gets more challenging, the cops get more violent or whatever, and then you need to run to save the city in some way.
We kind of have a game like this, right? Dying Light, right? Dying Light 2, Dying Light 1 has something
Exactly.
similar.
Yeah.
They were just smart
Yeah.
because they just put it in the zombie apocalypse, so
Yeah,
it's a win-win for them.
Yeah, and Dying Light has like things like combat and whatever. I think this one, just like Mirror's Edge, you could still make a very compelling story, but it has to be strictly running away, strictly cool getaways, and
Yeah.
stealing a flash drive and then delivering it to an impossible place, or stuff like that.
Pitch as
No-
simulator.
don't
That's what I'm
yeah
talking
don't do freaking like a stealth parkour game. Stealth in terms of you don't get to fight, you don't have guns, You don't have hatchets or whatever, like what you have in Dying Light, and you're just running for your life.
Yeah, just a bitch ass nigga running. Run.
Oh God.
Run.
All
Run,
right.
run.
All right. All
Run.
right. Dorian.
Dive.
Dorian says not everything needs a deep story. And again, I'm not even coming up with like a deep story. The story I just came up with in 5 seconds is something you can come up with sitting on a toilet seat. I'm just agreeing with Oshus that gameplay is awesome, but you need a hook.
Yeah, I
You
would say
need
here that
character motivation.
Dorian is right that you don't need a deep story for sure, but if you have a story or a deep story, I think you pull in people who like stories and people who want to feel like the world is being lived in. Like I am
A
a part of this
motivation
world.
for you to be doing what
Yeah,
you're doing.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I
Buying
agree. I
new
mean, I think we
sneakers
agree
so
with
you can be
Dorian because
faster.
you get more out of it.
Buying new sneakers so you can be faster at the next stage, or the next stage is you're doing like a heist in a week. Like next week's gonna be super rainy. It's part of the story. It's gonna be super rainy next week. You need to get a specific pair of sneakers that's gonna help you in the rain.
This is not a rally game, ne? We're not choosing
Oh
tires.
God, whatever, man, whatever.
Because that's
Uh,
exactly the idea you have.
Big Mad Mo says they're going to
Having
follow
wet
in the
tires.
footsteps. Yeah, snow boots, because you can't use random sneakers in the
Uh,
snow, because you're gonna slip and fall. You can't be running with your usual kicks. You laugh, Oshus, you laugh, but it's also true. Big Mad Mo, they're going to follow in the footsteps of Xbox like they always do, but they are just much slow. What are we talking about? Okay, seems like we're talking about the different things here. If you like stories so much, read a book. God damn, bro. All right, Dorian Gray. Turn off Expedition 33. Turn it off. Don't play Doom when it comes out. Since stories are so bad for video games.
funny enough, like Doom, I won't lie, like it's to me like I was listening and I was like when I was watching this trailer, I'm like, there's an awful lot of story for Doom, like a game that primarily, like 2016 no story, all the games before that no
What do
real
you mean
story.
no story? Did you play 2016?
Yeah, there's no story in 2016.
Oh my god. Such frauds. Such frauds. You didn't play 2016 if you're saying no story.
Okay.
Mo is feeding the fanboy, says Dorian. Oh, okay, that's what's happening. Y'all are having a back and forth there. All right. Exactly, Dorian Gray. Doom story is simple, don't die. And the story I gave is
Like,
the same one. Simple, don't get
no,
caught.
this
God
this
damn
one
it.
actually looks like they've actually got now villains with names and with motives instead of just killing everything that's in front of you.
All right. Ushers, are you buying rooftops and alleys or no?
No,
You're good.
no, I'm good, bro. That shit looks whack.
Tai, are you buying rooftops and alleys?
Nah, I ain't.
No.
Nah, I ain't. I
Okay.
think for the people who like parkour games, like this is. I actually did a quick Google down. It seems there's a couple of parkour games out, so there's something for them. For people like me, nah, it's not really meant for me. But I am happy.
Making
Like
new
it reminds me
narratives.
of it looks like a Tony Hawk game except no skateboard.
No skateboard.
Which is good.
And even Tony Hawk had a story. But people are out here trying to gaslight me.
Well, what
All right.
story was in Tony Hawk 1 to 4, bro?
Almost nothing, but it was there.
There's more story in Elden Ring
and
than
this
in
is
those
why
games.
and this is why we can never agree, right? For me, words mean specific things. If you say there was no story, then there should be no story. Don't tell me about it was barely any cutscenes, bro. Do you know the meaning of no anything? If you say a room has no oxygen, it's not the same as a room with some oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, let's move on. Shuhei Yoshida has been talking as usual. Last week he said Nintendo is losing their identity. Says the Switch 2's focus on power is what other companies would do, and it's not a good move in general. Tai, thought on Shuhei Yoshida's um, comments? Do you agree with them?
I thought it was a tricky one because are they losing their identity? What was Nintendo's identity before the switch towards the Wii? They were still an innovative company, right? So, but they weren't as drastically different. So there's some argument that they have lost identity because what we've been used to has been post GameCube. So yeah, you could say that there's been some changes there. However, when he says that the that this is not good or they should have done it differently, well, the question is how and why. Like, well, what should they have come up with? I think we've
Okay,
kind of
let's
run
let's
this.
read his quote.
Yeah,
Let's
go
read
ahead.
his quote. And I quote, "To me, it was a bit of a mixed message from Nintendo. In a sense, I think Nintendo is losing their identity, in my opinion. For me, they are always about creating some new experiences, like designing hardware and games together to create something amazing, an amazing new experience. But Switch 2, as we all anticipated, is a better Switch, right? It's the larger screen, more powerful processor, higher resolution, 4K 120 FPS. They even had a hardware person starting the stream like other platforms do, right? And because it's a better Switch, the core premise of the whole Switch 2 is we made things better. And that's something other companies have been doing all the time. Yoshida added that while the idea of a Switch with more power, huh? The idea of a Switch with more powerful is, oh my god, someone did not edit this article. The idea of a Switch with more power is undeniably a good thing because it enables certain third-party series to arrive on Nintendo hardware for the first time. He feels this is less of an enticing prospect for players who have multiple consoles and have already played those games. Fact. Back to his quotes, and I quote, "Of course, it's a more powerful Switch, so it's great for your gaming if your gaming was only on Nintendo hardware, and it's the first time for you to be able to play games like Elden Ring for the first time. But for us, the core gamers who own multiple hardware and play games on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, the games they showed off, especially from third parties, in theory, it's amazing to have all these all stars of industry games on Nintendo hardware. However, what they showed was like, oh, Switch 2 is not entirely without innovation. The first, okay, so that's where his quotes end. But essentially, he's saying, we've played all of this.
Oh, you're
There's
saying what
no
I said.
reason. There's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason to go out and get a Switch 2. Or
Mhm.
it doesn't seem like there's a reason to go out and get a Switch 2. Tai, go ahead and finish your thought since we have the quote now.
I saw Ushers' job, which was funny, but in relation to in relation to what he's saying, there's nothing to like. This was the right path for
No, we don't have any
Nintendo to do.
mods. Dorian Gray, are you volunteering? Go ahead, Tai.
This was the right thing for Nintendo to do.
Cheers,
There-
Seawolf.
There's no other there's no other gimmick. There's no other thing they can do. Sony tried something with the VR. It didn't work out. So there's nothing Nintendo could do. Like they have to make a Switch too, and it has to be similar. Phil Spencer said, I think this was years ago now, that the industry has matured. He was asked a question about, motion controls and all these things, and he says the industry knows itself now. We know what the controller is, we know what the screen is, we know what we like, and we know what we don't like. You can't come in here with these random new gimmicks and and shift the industry. You can't come in with the VR and all of a sudden everybody's buying VR. That's not going to work. That's why everyone's controller is universal, and that's why all the games more or less play the same, and that's why all the hardware
They're
are
not
always the same.
universal, bro. They're not universal. Xbox and Nintendo need to figure this shit out. B needs to be at a specific place. The same thing for A, X, and Y. All right. I'm tired of pressing B. When I play too much Switch games, B doesn't mean the same thing anymore. I'm tired of that rubbish.
Yeah,
But
but in terms
sorry,
of like the structure, right? These things were fads and they weren't sustainable for long terms. So I would argue that the Switch is the Nintendo just coming back home to the traditional way of playing games, and the Switch 2 is definitely needed. So while Yoshida is correct, to be disappointed that Nintendo didn't come up with something, for me, I would say it would have led to a failure. It would have led to another Wii U disaster. So this is good.
all right. Oshus, do you agree with Yoshida or disagree with him?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I think he's spitting facts, man. Like, Nintendo's just they're fucking up. They're bugging out. They forget that they're terrible at competition, especially when it comes to hardware. So the moment the moment you're baiting all the guys, like they fucked you up there. Like, no, Sony fucked you up so bad you had to leave the hardware business. Now you want to go and do exactly the same thing and just rely on hardware and the fact that your hardware can now run third party games. Yay. So I think he's right. Like, and he says this because he's saying this with that insider knowledge of like, as Sony, as having worked for Sony and competed against Nintendo, that this is not their strong point. Actually, in my opinion, I think he's warning them to like, dude, you guys sure you want to go back to this race, like this arms race with these guys? They will. They didn't fuck you up badly enough the last time. You want to do this
Yeah.
again? And in my opinion, they're doing that. They're courting because again, like my question to everyone was, or not my question, but my statement was that like, if they're coming out with a handheld or a dual whatever, and Microsoft is doing it and Sony is doing it, how is Nintendo going to differentiate themselves? Because whenever they've had to compete console wise against these guys,
yeah.
they've always lost. They've always had their nose bloodied. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're now using, like, if hardware is their only thing to say, well, yeah, then we're back where we were back in 2006, 2007. Yeah, so let's see how it works out for them because everyone is gunning for their turf now. And they've got nothing to say, well, this is what's going to make us different because they out first out the gate. So everybody has to had to see like what they're going to do. The one thing that Nintendo will always have is strong IPs. So I'm thinking that that's their one trump card that they have is that oof, Mario Kart whatever at $80 to $90 is gonna save them. But let's see.
Yeah.
There's a
Today's
point
a
like
weird
that.
one.
Sorry,
Today's a
go
weird
ahead.
one because I'm actually agreeing a lot with Oshus. So it's a very weird one. Obviously, he'll have those, mad moments where he says that they should stop making video games. But besides these moments of
I
madness,
call them my Kanye West moments.
yeah.
Those,
Listen, no
those are
one's
my yay
perfect.
moments.
No one's perfect. Go ahead, Ty.
I think we're all in agreement here. The thing with Nintendo is while they do have the power play of we have exclusive games, you're gonna see Xbox games on our platform, and Sony games are okay. I think what they really need to be worried about is like I always say that handheld market. Like what is that? Like they do have that right now, but I don't know if they're gonna have that in the future, or at least they might lose some portion of it. Well, as soon as you get and people are gonna reference the Steam Deck, and I always say don't reference the Steam Deck because that's not the handheld market. I believe there's around 150 million Switch 2s out there, so 152 million Switch 2s out there, right?
Yeah.
And Nintendo confirmed that 30% of those users only play on handheld, and if you do those numbers, 30% of 150 million is 45 million people. So there's 45 million people that are telling you that we only here for the handheld. We play exclusively on handheld, right? Then you have 20% of that who play docked mode, but the other percentage does a mixture. So just from that, you can't say, well, Steam Deck proves that it's only 3 million handheld users. No, no, no. Nintendo has a lion's share because they have the marketing, they have the brand name, and they have the exclusive games. So what happens when that 45 million Nintendo Switch users, including the potential PC users who are not, sorry, not PC users, but console players like me who don't want a Steam Deck, but as soon as you put an Xbox or PlayStation brand name on it, well, now it's more interesting to me. And what happens when those users, along with those Nintendo users who only play exclusive on handheld, actually see an Xbox Series S handheld that is far superior to the Switch 2, or a PS5 handheld that is far superior to the Switch 2? Because now, when Baldur's Gate 4 comes out, do you really want to play on the Switch 2, or do you want to play on a superior platform? And to keep in mind, when you buy it on Xbox or you buy it on Steam Deck or the PS5 portable, it will transfer to the actual console itself, right? So I think that's going to be something they're going to have to answer. I don't know how that's going to play out, but I think that's something they have to be concerned about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Switch 2 is. Sorry, go ahead, Oshas.
I was just gonna add, like, as someone who's been a fan of all three platforms at different times, Nintendo being probably the oldest one that I was a fan of earliest, and then having been through the whole PlayStation era where I was like, yeah, well, PlayStation was the only brand really worth talking about, and then Xbox coming in, is you really have to, and this is what I think Sony does well, is that I just think they just have a much better understanding of longevity and like, well, what works and what doesn't work, because they've been through a lot of the stuff that Microsoft is going through, and they've been through some of the brand issues, because the biggest problem with Nintendo has always been brand, and like, and what I mean by brand is that, like, so who's buying Nintendos, like, who are we competing against? And I think the moment, like, and I think they with the lessons they learned from the Wii U, they sort of really managed to carve a niche for themselves. And the problem with that niche is that they constantly have to keep reinventing what a Nintendo device is. Because I think the failure of the Wii U meant that we can't rely on previous innovations. Whenever we innovate, we need to start from scratch and build something different. So now with the dilemma that everyone is talking about is that, like, now with the Switch 2, there's almost no sort of like ground up innovation. It's like, well, we're just reiterating what we've done. So where has that ever worked for Nintendo besides in the NES era and the Super NES era? Yeah, like, and the thing is, they've always had a stronghold on the handheld market. Even when cell phones came in, they still had a stronghold on the handheld market. So that's the one thing I give them, is that they are undefeated in this space. So they still have that advantage, that they are the undisputed handheld champions. No one has ever taken Nintendo out in handheld gaming. So if Xbox and Sony bring it, it's going to be a hell of a fight. But no one has ever beaten them. They're the Mayweather of that space, ironically.
No one had ever beaten Undertaker. And also no one had ever beaten Nintendo until in the console space until they got beat. You know, after they saved gaming in the 80s, they became the kings.
Yeah, but to be fair though, like, no one ever beat Undertaker because you know Musnet.
Because what?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No, I'm just trying to say that there's no guarantee that your undisputed champion, whoever he may be, will always be undisputed.
Yeah, the industry changes. Like, I remember when AOL, Yahoo was the main search engine, and then, Google came. Bebo was the main social media, then it was MySpace, and then it was Facebook,
High
then now
Five.
it's Twitter. Like, it's always changing, and you gotta adapt. I think where Sony has done a good job, and Sean Layden did an interview with Destin, and it was really well done. And he said that when we were making the PlayStation, we didn't really know how to go about it, but we had a music segment, and these guys, because it's music, they know how to market, like, oh, this is popular, you have to play this game. So they use the marketing and the knowledge of the music industry that they already knew to make the PlayStation seem like the best thing to buy. Like it's to them, it felt like hits, like instead of an album, well, here's this game. And that marketing really helped Sony to kind of obviously spread out and take over. And Nintendo couldn't really do that; they're not used to that. And I guess you could say maybe Sega to some extent as well.
And to your point, that's a very, very good point in terms of like what constituted Sony's success is they were in the cusp of what was cutting edge and cool, right? Where Nintendo was still in that kitty sort of. I mean, Sega knocked Nintendo for that whole kitty image because they, instead of releasing like the console that's the same color as your PC, they released an all black console with slick controllers that looked like it was marketed at teens. This is shit that Nintendo is really bad at. So like with PlayStation, with them having that, because music is the edgiest thing that you get into. Maybe not today, but back in the day, music was the edgiest thing that you got into in entertainment. That's where all the cool stuff was happening. Was MTV, VH1. That was the zeitgeist, and
Oh my
Sony
goodness,
capitalized
VH1. Wow.
so well on it. Like they capitalized so well on that it ended up making them the default choice for everyone that grew up with Nintendo, but now they were 21 or they were in their early 20s, and
And they didn't want to be seen as children.
yeah, like that. Like it was for the first. I'll give them this. They grew up the console. They made the console not even a teen. They took it from being a toy to being like a DVD player, to being an entertainment thing. So it wasn't a toy anymore for your kids. It was an entertainment center where adults, young adults, older adults can enjoy entertainment. And the problem with Nintendo is like I still feel that like with Nintendo, a lot of their success outside what they know, which is like their IPs and their games, a lot of like, especially if you look at the Switch, I think a lot of that was also just being in the right place at the right time, and also dominating the handheld space for the longest time. But they need a real challenger, and I think if they are not careful, they might see their asses this generation.
Something else that Sony did to the music point is that because music and that level of entertainment is moving, it means that Sony is able to adapt with the changes, right? Because obviously, if a new
Yes.
song comes out, they okay, fine, we need to adapt. People like classical music now. Let's do that too. So okay, advertising is this way now. Let's do that too. So Sony's just better at adapting, because they're actually in the core, and whereas Nintendo was a silo to themselves.
Yeah.
They saw their consumers as well, your kids, and as soon as you're done, as soon as you grow up, yeah, you should be done playing video games. I mean, maybe you could buy it for your little Timmy or little Sean, but you yourself, you shouldn't be playing video games. Like you're done here. That's not what Sony thought, and that's not what I think Sega even thought as well. They knew that, you know, we're making games not because we want to make games for kids. We're making games because we actually enjoy playing games ourselves. And they just never grasped that, and that's how they ended up in this situation.
Yeah.
And it's worked though. Like let's be fair though,
the blood to be
it's
green.
it's worked though. Like Mario, like there's very few evergreen franchises. Mario never needs to be. Mario is one of the only franchises that throughout the ages they've never had to make him gritty, dark, or you understand? Like
Dead
you know?
Simulator.
Yeah, like this is the thing though. It's consistently worked.
He's not depressed.
No, because like if Mario was being made by a publisher that is sort of like contemporary,
By
they would have,
PlayStation. Just say it. Say it. If Mario is being made by PlayStation.
but
Say
not
it.
even necessarily. I'm just thinking about just Western entertainment products. Like even with like funny enough with Sonic has had to go through so many changes. There's had to be like all the dark version of Sonic, all these different versions of Sonic, including like Knuckles being another spin-off of Sonic. Whereas Mario's just always been it's a me Mario, like and it's Nintendo. Like they've also like, and we have to give them credit for that. They've nailed this evergreen posture of gaming where like they can
Are you
stay
saying they kept Mario pure? Are you saying they kept him pure?
they kept him the same. That's all I can say. I don't know what pure means, but like I can say like they kept him the same. It's still the same Mario from 1980 whatever. Like he has not become a more progressive or more evolved character. Like, and God of War, one of my favorite franchises, could not do that within a generation. Generation later, you had to
Yeah,
change
they ruined
Kratos,
it.
and you had to make
They
him
ruined
something
it.
completely different. And yes, to us older fans, yeah, we felt like that, but a lot of other people felt differently. But all I'm saying is that with a lot of these franchises, you always have to almost reinvent the character. Mario, like Nintendo has reinvented no character. Donkey Kong is still a fucking donkey. like Yoshi is still a dinosaur that just eats things. What's the purple pink thing?
Yoshi.
It's
Kirby.
still Kirby is still Kirby. Like they've reinvented nothing. They're still selling you the same shit, just with better visuals and updated technology that they were selling you in the 80s. And there's a genius to that.
Yeah, there's definitely something. There's definitely something about that because I look at like one of my favorite franchises, Tekken, as well. Tekken has evolved in many ways, but if you look at like the story of it, the main crux of what Tekken is, it hasn't changed. It's still Tekken 3. If you
Yeah,
really want to do what
that's
Tai does, which is boil down games right to the core of what they are, Tekken 8 is still Tekken 3 at its very core, which is what Mario is. Every single Mario game is
Yep.
still Mario. And you know what? I can see it, Oshus. Jeez, I can't believe I'm agreeing with you again. This is, you know what? We shouldn't do 3-hour shows anymore. We should not do 3-hour shows. This is what happens. I start slipping. So the next game that we're looking at is God Save Birmingham. It's a survival zombie game set in 1359, bro. What would happen if a zombie apocalypse happened, but like back in the day?
We wouldn't be here.
It's got realistic zombie survival with deadly physics. I am
Name
low
of the
key
game again?
excited
Sorry.
for this game. God Save Birmingham.
Okay.
Like
But
when I first saw this, I was like, "Is this modern Birmingham?"
who's
Tai,
making the game? If I may
you know
ask?
what I'm talking about, Tai. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
sorry. Ushers, go ahead.
No, I'm just asking who's making the game. Who's the developer?
Some indie dev. Let's see. Let me
Because
open
like
Steam real quick.
it's so hard to judge a game. Like
What? You can't look at a game and then tell
yeah,
whether
like
it's
I
gonna
mean,
be
like
good
this
or
this
not.
looks okay, but there's nothing out of the ordinary. There's nothing I'm looking at here that like nothing is blowing me away. It just looks like a decent game. Nothing is like sort of
My God.
challenging me
guy.
to form an opinion on this. It looks very
Dude, it's an
stealth-like.
open world survival crafting game with zombies, bro.
Oh, okay.
Chill.
Then I wouldn't
Chill,
care.
buddy. Chill,
Maybe I'll
buddy. It's
pass
not
the mark.
it's not anything. Jeez, bro. Like when you saw Valheim, have you seen Valheim?
Yeah, I'm not into survival games, so it's not my
Again, dude, you can see something that you're not into and appreciate that it's probably going to be awesome. Here's Tai talking about when I saw that gameplay for Doom, I wasn't thrilled. But even Tai is like, yeah, still looks pretty awesome. This looks awesome.
I don't know.
Tai, what are your thoughts? Are you with Oshas?
One of like I think my video game dream would be a game that is a cross between The Last of Us, State of Decay with survival mechanics that has a deep story where it's like some kind of open world game where you find a base and you build it and you get a community to kind of come along and you guys all work together. You have to go out and forage and get parts and you have to like take a risk. Do I go into
But
this
that game exists, bro. It's called State of Decay.
Yeah, but I said State of Decay with Last of Us, right? So I want a proper story. You know what I mean?
State of Decay has story. Well, you sort
Does
of
it
make your
really?
own
I don't,
story.
like
Yeah, you
when I,
make
when I,
your
when
own
I see the
story.
State of Decay 3, when I see like the trailer, I'm hoping it is that game. I'm hoping
Yeah.
it's State of Decay with like a lot of Last of Us kind of elements into it. This game seems to have that kind of Last of Us vibe, except it's craft and all that kind of stuff. So it does look good to me. Actually looks really good, and I would be
Yeah,
interested.
bro.
Yeah.
This looks exceptional, bro.
Yeah, it looks well made, and I looked up the publisher, and they're legit. So
Yeah, Ocean Drive Inc.
To do.
It's Ocean Drive Inc.
What have they made?
I know who's the publisher. I read it earlier on.
Okay. Oh, okay. Ocean Drive Inc. is the guys that made Lost Eidolons, a
Huh?
turn-based game that I played last year and I fucking loved it. Awesome game. Lost Eidolons. They made Section 13,
I think I know.
a twin stick roguelike shooter. And yeah, that's pretty much what they've made. These guys are good, man. Nah, stop hating, Washers. Stop
I'm not
hating.
hating. I'm not
You a
hating.
hater, bro. You a hater.
Why? Where did I hate on? I didn't hate on them. I just asked who made the game, bro.
You're looking at this and you're already saying it looks
Yeah,
bad. I think it looks good.
They have publishing support from Kakao, which I can see here is a reputable Korean company. So yeah, now
The
obviously
Korean-
the game's quality might be crap. You might purchase it and you might think it's not that good, but I mean it's legit. The game looks good.
I'm down
for it, bro.
I don't have anything against it.
I think the Koreans, they saw what happened with Stellar Blade and they were like, I think there's money in the West, guys. guys, I think there's money that side.
There's always gonna be money in like an audience. Like the only time these guys are gonna run out of money is if like we die, and then there's no people that grew up with these traditional video games that we grew up with. Like there'll always be money in making like games that appeal to a very core audience. You'll always make your money. There's very few examples that I can think of where people did not make their money of focusing on a core audience, especially in gaming.
Yeah. Yeah. Seawolf says we need Banjo as a sad dad simulator. You guys will play that. Ew. If they do that to Banjo or to Conquer, I'm out. Remember they did that with, well, they didn't exactly do it with Jack and Dexter, but they tried to grow them up a bit and make them a bit more mature in one of their last sequels, and that did not go down well.
And who's the developer of that game?
I don't know.
You don't know who made, like, bro?
What?
Jake and Dexter. Who's the developer of the game?
Oh, Naughty Dog.
Exactly.
Right?
That's why they did all that. Like, it's because it's Naughty Dog.
But Naughty Dog also made the early ones, the ones that popped.
But that's what I'm saying is that, like, but as there's this thing of like these Western devs like Naughty Dog where they feel like they have to grow up with their audience. Like, the exact opposite of Nintendo does. Like, Nintendo never grows up. Nintendo is still the same Nintendo making the same type of games. Whereas there's this like almost like burden on Western devs like Naughty Dog to like, we need to be mature now. Our games need to tackle
politics,
serious subject matter that talks to the zeitgeist of what's happening in the real world. Blah 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 blah. All that bullshit. Then to me it makes sense why, like, and I know exactly what you mean. If you go back to Jake and Dexter and you go to about Jak 3, there's a very thematically the games feel very different.
Yeah, they're not as fun. Like, no offense, they're not as fun. They're not.
What's wrong with growing up with your audience?
I would say you kind of lose the core reason why why your audience is your audience. I wouldn't say it's even growing up. I think it's changing the soul of what the game is. For example, like Metal Gear, right? It's my favorite. I'll always default to Metal Gear. Anyone that's upset, cope, seethe, malt. I will always default to Metal Gear. But Metal Gear doesn't need to grow up, right? Because from the start, that's what it was. It was a pretty deep narrative from jump. That's what Metal Gear was. If Metal Gear decided to become a laissez-faire Marvel cringe comedy fest in Metal Gear Solid 6. A lot of people would be upset about that. A lot of people would be disappointed about that. You know? The same thing if you turn it around. And that's why Mario is still popping right now. Because and we like to pretend like Mario doesn't grow up with his audience, but actually he does. There's still people in their 30s, mid 30s, early 40s that played the first Mario as kids, still buying Mario games right now. Obviously, they buy it for their kids, but you know who else is playing? They're also playing Mario. Those grown ass people are still playing Mario themselves. So it's a question of like for example, going back to Jack and Dexter, Jack and Dexter should have stayed Jack and Dexter.
I can agree. I was more referencing like developers growing up with like their consumers, right? So Kojima's first game was Penguin Adventure, which is a very kind of, you could probably say, cartoony, focusing on kids kind of games. But at some point, Kojima is probably making a bet that, like, I bet you, the developers want me to make this childish like game, but I bet you there's more out there because I want to play a game that's like spy espionage, right? And I believe there's people out there like Logan Ushers who want that too as well. Maybe when they were 9, they didn't, but they're growing up. So let's give it a shot. So that's kind of what I mean. That like Neil Druckmann, for example, yeah, he might have worked on Ratchet and Clank or Jack and Dexter, and in his mind is like, I'm growing up though, and I like action, I like adventure, I like Terminator now. Yeah, sure. Dragon Ball
I
Z
like
was cool
drama.
back then, but I like drama. I like complex stories. I like
That is fine, Ty.
all that kind of
Where
crap.
where they mess it up, right? Because and this is me just stretching, right? I'm guessing what happens in Nintendo. I'm guessing that in Nintendo, when Neil Druckmann makes a couple of banger Mario games and he's ready to move on to make The Last of Us, they don't say, "Ooh, take Mario, right? Have Luigi kill Princess Peach and then blame Bowser and make a whole drama about Mario finding out it was actually Luigi, and Luigi has been like super jealous of Mario this whole time." Do you see the issue here? I'm sure that in Nintendo, the people that feel like they've grown out of making Mario games, they're like, all right, go and make the next Fire Emblem, or go and help write the next Fire Emblem, or the next whatever, like more mature thing
Yeah.
within the Nintendo universe. The issue is when you take Jack and Dexter and it's not Jack and Dexter anymore because you feel like you've grown out of the fun that Jack and Dexter used to be.
If
Does that make sense, man?
if I just had a funny thought that like
Well,
if the Mario Brothers, if Nintendo IPs were handled by like Western studios, like there would be pitches like, imagine the Mario Brothers directed by Guy Ritchie.
oh my god.
Yeah, they're plumbers, but they also drunk, but they also drunk and tell.
Oh my goodness.
But that's the sort of idea is if the West,
And they're trying to run a whorehouse as well.
yeah, Mario, yeah, Luigi, yeah.
I mean, all true, but it's that Western thinking that gets you games like GTA and Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, shit.
Which is fine. Which is
Oh,
fine,
man, that's
Ty.
so
But
funny.
all the hate comes from taking something that's not GTA, something that's not Red Dead Redemption, and turning it into that.
Even worse, like imagine if like somebody came up with like a synopsis of like, well, Tarantino, but in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Oh goodness.
Say another
Ty,
cancel one more time, motherfucker.
Oshis, you're having too much fun with this. You were
But that's
having
the thing.
way
That
too
those are the
much
sort
fun
of
with this.
ideas that I think like we should have seen by now if Nintendo was just the conventional company and like what these cycles that they go through trying to reinvent their IPs. Sega has gone through many of those cycles. Sony and Microsoft definitely has gone through those cycles where constantly we need to try and reinvent our thing that we did. Like Nintendo is still the same shit. It's me, Mario. Mario still says the same 3 freaking words that he said back in 1989 or whenever he could
Yeah.
start talking.
Yeah.
And that's it. Keep it simple.
I was thinking about it the other day, and I might just get a Switch, bro. Like when my daughter is of age, like she's 2, when maybe in 6 years or 8 years from now, and then she starts insisting on having her own console, I'll probably just get a Switch or a Nintendo console, because they provide that thing, that je ne sais quoi, of a product, you know what they're going to give you, and there's value in that. As much as some people like to talk about, oh, it's stagnant, it's this, it's that, there's value in knowing what you're going to get from Nintendo.
Yep.
Yeah. Comment section's popping off actually. Derizi says Mario's a simp. Seawolf, Luigi needs to get golf and get Mario on a revenge quest. See, this type of stuff. Dorian Gray says fun is a bad word these days. Video games shouldn't be fun. They should be 24 hours of misery porn. Exactly. I would even add a bit more. Misery porn and self-reflection, Dorian Gray. You know what? Sometimes after a rough day, scratch that, rough week of work and get my ass beat, whether it's by my boss or by customers or prospective investors, when I get home, maybe I don't want self-reflection. Maybe I want a power trip. I just want to kill shit and be the doom slayer.
Yeah.
Or maybe I just want to, frolic around in the flower region of one of these open world Mario games. So I feel Oshus, sorry, Ty, I understand what you're saying, that developers want to grow up sometimes and they don't want to make the next little kiddie game or the next little cozy game. I get it. What I'm saying is, you don't have to ruin what we already have because you are not happy with it anymore. Because we're happy. Does any of this hitting home, Ty, or you still disagree?
No, I never disagreed with that point. I was addressing a separate point, but yeah. Like, yeah, don't make Mario into a gangster, or whatever.
Why not? He's Italian. We could.
Oh God.
Could be a month.
All right.
We start the family. Yeah, Luigi. Yeah. That is what I promise you. That is what some hack developers would have probably done with Mario by now. Would have had Mario.
Mafia, the old country, it actually sold well, because that's the game that's coming, right? Mafia Old Country.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sold well. Let's
Exactly.
let's turn Mario into that.
He's Italian, so he's part of the family. Uncle Don Giovanni dies, and Mario has to leave the plumbing business.
Yeah. And now he has to join the family. Yes,
family.
He has to join La Familia. La Familia. La Cosa Nostra. Oh my goodness. Anyways,
I've watched skits like this. Like, people on YouTube have done skits like this where Mario is like a mobster, which is they're just such great ideas. And you just know that Nintendo never in their lives would ever do it, ever.
Never.
There would never even be a chance.
Dorian Gray says the Sicilian side of me is cringing. Apologies, Dorian. Apologies. It is what it is. Listen, we've watched too many Mafia movies. Don't blame us. Anyways, let's get back to this game on the screen. Ty, God Save Birmingham. Are you down? Yes or no?
The answer is no, and I feel like I'm gonna keep saying, "Oh, I like this game," but I'm just not gonna purchase it. Do you know what? If this is one of these indie games that ends up being let's say 9 out of 10 or whatever, people say it's exceptional, whatever, I will I will consider it. But as of now, again, there's just too much games out there for me to invest in it.
Okay. No, but that's fair. That's fair. Like there's guys, let's be honest. The amount of games that are available that that continue to be made and released right now, it is gargantuan, right? There's never been
Yeah.
a larger selection of video games, whether it's triple or double A, in the history of video games. It's never been this good, and they've never been this many. So I definitely understand what you're saying, Ty, of like, yeah, this is a game that I like, but I'm not gonna buy it. I felt that same way several times. And it's not even because it's like, oh no, it's not good enough. It's like, no, the game's good, but GTA 6 is coming out. I still haven't played Oblivion. I haven't played the original or the remaster myself. I've never finished Skyrim. I still haven't played Doom Eternal. Like, if we're going to be honest, it's a whole bunch of games that we still need to get to, and there's millions that are coming out right now. So for you to sit down and be like, this is the next game I want to play. I hate to say it, but it needs to be something like Schedule 1. It needs to be something that grabs you by the short and curlies, like Balatro, Vampire Survivors. These are the type of indies we're going for. Not because we don't like AAAs or double A's. Sorry, not because we don't like indies, but because on the AAA side, it's popping off, bro. It is popping. I still haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 or 2. So, oh yeah, exactly. Seawolf, thank you very much. Don't forget Metal Gear Delta coming. Darizy says death by Snoo Snoo in a video game would be dope. Listen, guys, I'm hoping to have some time in the coming months, especially after I move out of Maputo. I'm hoping to have some time in the coming months. I want to give boot.dev a real go. I want to make me a proper Guna game. Like, I don't even give a fuck, man. I don't care. There's so many of those Guna games. Someone's making the money. All right? Someone is making the money with the Guna games. It's the same with Souls likes. You guys think there's so many Souls likes? You think that's just random? My guy. People are buying those games.
Yeah, I just don't think there's very few guys that are actually very creative around the game concept, because like the problem with a game with a concept as simple as TNA, which is tits and ass, is that you need to have something beyond just tits and ass, like, because that's the easiest sort of.
Yeah, you need to have
it needs to be something clever, and I've seen guys that have made like on Steam like really interesting games, but that's the concept. So make it a mature game, but like have all those elements like in unadulterated, like unfiltered. But you need to have a good
I'd be
concept
lazy
for a
about
game.
it. Ushers,
You
I'd
can't
be lazy about it. I'd take Clay Obscure and be like, yeah, here we go. Let's take something with a loop like Clay Obscure,
Yeah,
and
great idea.
put a spin on it. Let's go. Let's go,
100%.
baby.
Like that's very similar to these guys that took Pokemon and just made it.
Yeah, made it Pal World.
Exactly. So they just made the whole thing. They sexualized everything. But my thing is, have a good concept where it's going to talk to the gameplay loop. If your gameplay loop and your story side of the game is interesting, and that's you've got something. The problem is that a lot of them also follow the same template, in the sense that a lot of them are just like these text-based games where you just read and read and read and read for fucking hours. I don't know, like, who has the patience for that bullshit?
Like my game, when I make my game, I'm probably going to use AI voice acting, if I'm being honest. And not unless I find like people that want to do the voice and they're okay with me not paying them immediately, and then we do like a contract on sales. It's like, all right, per sale I'll give you, I don't know, 10%, 5%, and then every other actor gets a cut. I wouldn't even mind if at the end I only get like 50% of per sale. But yeah. Anyways, QTE Snoo Snoo. Oh my god. Well,
That works.
I mean, God of War already did it, right? Ty, would you play a game that has QTE Snoo Snoo?
QTE snooze. What was that?
You don't know what Snoo Snoo is?
It's like,
Took him a minute.
Took him a minute.
I play a game like that.
That's what she said, right?
Is that the
That's
core
what
of the
she said.
game? Is this a side mission or something?
Well,
There's
I
gonna be
wouldn't make it.
sections where you have that.
You know what? Listen, Ty, would you play a game like if I made Gigolo Simulator?
No, I would not.
Why? Why would you not play it?
I'm not about
Plays Gigolo.
stories.
So it's a good
Exactly.
story,
There's a
but
story
lot of
there.
sex in it,
There's a
like-
story there, bro. You can make a story about a guy, right? Fresh out of high school, didn't graduate, has no prospects, but you know what? He used to work out often. He's got himself a slamming body. Needs to figure shit out.
Why
I'm
do these
just
stories
saying.
always sound so homosexual? Like it's like can we not-
No, but also why are they
That doesn't
credible?
gay, bro.
Why are my stories credible?
No,
Why are
like
they
that one
credible?
is just especially gay. Like, why are we focusing? Why is the emphasis so much on the dude? And how, I'm just like, bro.
It
like,
can be a
sounds-
woman.
It sounds like a,
Ushers,
and you know what the
Ushers,
irony of what you're saying is
Ushers.
that there's a lot of gay, like games, Guna games targeted at the gay
Uh-huh.
audience, and those sell as well. They make good money for them.
Well, I'm trying to make bank, bro. If the customers are down, I'll make part 1. I'll make part 2. Ushers and Ty, you guys can be shaming me all you want. I'll just be like, all right, boys, when are we doing the special edition of everything plus gaming in Dubai? I'm paying everyone's flights and hotel rooms with y'all shaming me about my video games. I don't give a fuck. Shit.
No, there's a market. There's
Anyways,
definitely an audience. There's a huge audience, and I
yeah.
think even in the creator space, I don't know if it's the stigma, but a lot of people are not sort of like servicing because it's so hard to look for like reviews, for instance, for adult games. There's, especially on YouTube, you can't find anything. Like, is it worth playing?
See, yeah. Dorian Gray. Thank you. Dorian Gray says, what was the name of that pickup artist game that pissed people off? Super Seducer. You guys remember Super Seducer? Ty, do you know what Super Seducer is?
I remember roughly.
No, I don't remember.
Dude, it was this cringe guy. He made a game. It was so bad. It was so lazy also.
And that's the problem with a lot of those games, that they're lazy. Like the moment the problem is the
Yeah.
moment you're making a game about sex, like everybody just becomes super lazy in terms of like, well, make it interesting. Like,
Yeah, for me, what I would do, the snoo snoo would be something that was like sprinkled around the game. But the actual game is other stuff. That's what I would do. It wouldn't be the main thing. Anyways. Oh my goodness. Moving on. Next we have an interesting story. Very interesting. Surprise! Sonic the Hedgehog movie producers are making a live action Toys R Us movie. Ty, are you interested?
Sonic. Sorry, I missed that. Sonic Adventures.
No. Remember Sonic, the movies? The
Yeah.
3 movies. The one that culminated with Keanu Reeves and
Mm-hmm.
Idris Elba and whatever. The same people the producers that made that are making a live action movie for Toys R Us.
Toys for
You know the
Toys R Us.
yeah.
Listen, I think you're on a roll. Might as well do it. I don't really have
Oh.
much to say on it, but I think if you've established yourself as somebody who can make an adaptation, then you're probably good at it. Blue Point is good at making remasters. Keep giving them more remasters. So yeah, I think this makes sense.
Okay, here's a description. The movie is described as taking inspiration from Night at the Museum, Back to the Future, and Big, as well as other toy to movie crossover franchises like Barbie. As yet, there's no film details about its cast, but Johnson, Goldberg, Timothy I. Stevenson, and Elena Sandoval will produce for Story Kitchen alongside Kim Miller Oko, who produces for Toys R Us Studios. Oshus, are you interested in this movie?
What are we even still doing, man? Like these to me are just stupid. Like this whole like IP based thing is bullshit. Like movies, like and again, like film is such a specific genre that I really do think that studios are really straying too far from the reservation in the sense that like I get it. You can make a Minecraft movie and it'll make money because people and memes and whatever. But like, I think to me this is just choking out like cinema. Like we why like who the fuck like Toys who has any sort of emotional attachment to Toys R Us in that way that you would want to see a story about Toys R Us? What the fuck is that? What's the point, bro? What are we doing? Like, why are we not making like movies? Is the one medium I would actually motivate for what I discourage in gaming, which is like if you want to do your art house projects and you have directors like your Ryan Coogler's that can make movies like Sinners, and those are freaking brilliant like cinematic experiences. Why are we making the Angry Birds movie? Like, yeah, I suppose if you can do it, do it. But to me, I'm not for that. Like, I don't get what the point of this. Like, what are we doing? Like, for what? Like, are we just like who's gonna go to cinema? Just yes, people I suppose are gonna do it, but why? Like, why waste your time to go watch a movie about a toy store? Really? Or
I'm with Dorian Gray, who says no fun for you. Oshus, Toys R Us is gigantic, bro. Like the brand of Toys R Us, it is humongous. It's a lot of people
so
that are
just
just gonna
because
take
it's
their kids
big,
and be
you
like, all
just
right, this is the next Minecraft. A lot of people are gonna take their kid just assuming it's the next Minecraft movie.
alright, like
Which by the way is doing crazy numbers. Minecraft movie is doing crazy numbers.
yeah, it's about 800 million, which is fine. Like again, if that's what people want to see, that's the cinematic. That is what they define as their cinematic experiences. Then good for
Mm-hmm.
them. I'm glad I grew up with Goodfellas and um, Scarface.
Oh, we lost Ty. All right. Cheers, Ty. Mm. He must be a riot at parties. Yeah, man. Oshus is very fun at parties, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about snoo and all this other fun stuff. Very fun.
Yeah, like I have no problem with like a snoo idea. Like that to me makes sense in a gaming, because the thing is with gaming, there's not a lot of like adult games are not taken seriously. Like it's not something that is a serious market yet. So doing stuff like that, I think, will progress the industry. Whereas with movies, I think we've gotten to the point where like the franchise film is killing the film industry, and that's what all the actors are saying. Is that like the business, the industry is dying because you can't make small to medium films anymore. Everything has to be a franchise film for it to be in cinema.
No, but you can make small. We just got Sinners, right?
Sinners, Sinners is not really small. It's a Warner Brothers production, and it's look, the budget wasn't too high, but like it's a Michael B. Jordan like film. Like, and Michael B. Jordan is not a small, and it's got ace, like what do you call it, A list acting. You know, in terms of talent, like
Oh
all
my
that.
god. Yeah, today is a very strange day. Like I'm agreeing with Oshus today. Day Reezy. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says I agree with Oshus. I'm going to be sick. Bro,
Thank you, David.
today it's just like today might be Armageddon and we don't know it. Like tomorrow when I wake up and the world is over. Oshus should not be getting so many dubs in one freaking stream. Something is wrong with the cosmos. I think something's wrong with the cosmos. I'm worried. I'm genuinely concerned. But yeah, man, Toys R Us movies coming out, and once again, Oshes, yeah. For me personally, I agree with you, but as a whole, I don't. I can see a Toys R Us movie making bank, like serious cash. I wouldn't be surprised if
And
it
you know
even
what?
beat
Like, I would be
Minecraft.
cool with this if we were having this discussion in 2018, 2019, before the pandemic. But the cinema, like the movie business, is literally dying because of the fact that like there's such a lack of media movies, and everybody would just rather stream everything and just play it from their streaming. And like I like cinema, and like there's certain experiences that I feel like even small movies. I remember when I was growing up, we didn't go see big blockbuster movies in cinema all the time. We went to see things like Hey Dude, Where's My Car,
Yeah,
American
random
Pie,
stuff.
random movies. Like there was just such a random, and these were made by directors that became like legends. Like a good
But also
example is
the
Todd
prices,
Howard.
also
Yeah, it
the
was cheap.
prices weren't crazy,
Yeah,
right?
but like a good example, like look, I can give you not I said Todd Howard. What's his name? The guy that directed the Joker. He made the what is it? What is those movies with where they lose the base the the groom?
Where they lose the groom.
Yeah, like the a bunch of friends at a bachelor party, and then they all get drugged.
Oh, The Hangover. The
Hangover
Hangover.
movies. Yes, like those are the movies that me and my friends enjoyed, and we went there. And I
Yeah.
look at these kids today, and I'm like, geez, you guys just have Marvel movies to go and watch. You don't have experiences like American Pie is one of the most awkward movies to watch in cinema, but it was so fun to watch it with friends
Yeah.
because we're allowed like to watch something like that with strangers. It's a funny fucking experience, and I miss that about movies. Is that like that just original art? Like this is made by Jada Patel, I think that's his name. Jada Patel, yeah, but he's the one that works with Seth Rogen and who's the other guy that's cancelled? Uh, James Franco. They did Pineapple Express. Like those are the movies that are so formative to me, so memorable, and I think all kids coming up have to have those movies. And these kids just have franchise movies like the fucking Barbie movie, the, the I don't know what toy or whatever. Like they're
Minecraft,
making the
dude.
Monopoly movie. Like, and I'm like, you guys are growing up with like the worst experiences in terms of movies. Like how are you guys gonna be inspired as a group? Like it's weird, man. Like it's I don't know, like it's not for me, I suppose.
Well, if you want some inspiration, let me give you some. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You know what this looks like, right?
That Black Jesus.
Here we go. This is not Black Jesus. This is actual
That looks
Jesus.
like Black
Right?
Jesus. Like the first thing I thought
No,
of is Black
it's not
Jesus.
Black Jesus. It's not Black Jesus. It's actual Jesus. Right? There's white Jesus, then there's actual Jesus. Here we go. Boom, baby.
What the fuck is this?
Let's go. Bam.
Jeez, bro.
It's video games. It's video games. Oh my goodness. And Raptured there. There we go. There we go. Video games, man. I'm telling you. Clearly, you're not a fan.
I don't know what I'm watching though. Like what is this? Is this like a parody on
Random. Yeah, it's random parody stuff that you see on Twitter.
Look, there's a lot of games like this on
It's like mods and stuff. I think
yeah,
this is like a mod for Skyrim or something.
yeah. But there is a Jesus like simulator. I think I've seen somebody made a Jesus.
Yeah, I seen something like that, and I was like, wow, that's interesting. That it's definitely a choice.
Definitely, and that's the thing. Like I prefer, like I go back to like when I treasured movies the most, and I suppose I can say the same thing with gaming. And it's like that golden era with like when Tarantino and Rodriguez were coming up, and all those guys were still very new in filmmaking. Even Christopher Nolan was still coming up with like movies like Memento and so forth. That was such an interesting time for cinema because so many ideas were making it to the big screen. Whereas like now we have great TV, like we have better TV now than ever before because and the problem is a lot of stuff gets lost because there's so many choices. I really wish we could just narrow it down a little bit so we just have enough that people can discover the really good shit. There's a lot of good shit on TV, but there's just too much stuff. Like when you just have too much, it's the same thing. Now I sound like Jensen and it's too much. But like when you've got like even with games, dude, like I really feel that a lot of good games are gonna get lost because there's so many AAA games that are out there. There's so many. Like, can we? If even if you said to me we get like 2 AAA games a year, I think that would be good for now. Just to even out this, like we've just got too much, and a lot of games get lost in the frenzy, and people aren't going to discover them.
Tough. It's called survival of the fittest. Tough. Remake Station. You asked me a question earlier on. All I'll say to that question is yes, I do. Old man yelling at cloud. Yes, Dorian Gray.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's essentially what's happening.
Absolutely, and the old man was right. The old man was always right.
Yes, Derizi, where is the Constantine game? Bro, I've been hearing about Constantine 2, the movie, and I'm still waiting for it. I think I'm going to die without
seeing it. Have you read the comics?
Oh, dude, I've read all of them.
Is it?
I love the Constantine. Constantine is one of my favorite characters.
I'm not a fan of the God in his stuff, but like I like most of the other stuff.
Oh yeah. Constantine is one of the all-time best for me. Behind like Blade and Bishop, obviously, but still, definitely top 5.
Preacher, I really enjoyed. Like,
the show sucked.
You don't like the show? I enjoyed the show. I thought it was very true to a lot of the stuff that happened in the comics.
I didn't enjoy the show. The
Did you
comic
finish the season at least?
No, I didn't finish it. I didn't finish.
Like just finish the first season of the show. Like I think it's a very hard. It's one of those things. It's like, for instance, Sandman. Did you watch that?
No, I did enjoy the comic book though. The Sandman.
Yeah. So the Sandman is very weird because I really enjoyed the first season, but you could tell that like it's very wokish in a lot of things, but it's still good. It's still very well written.
On that note, let's end today's show. Yes, Vincent Vega, Constantine movie is 20 years old and still holds up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
It's alright.
Stop it, Oshas. Let's end the show with some proper Guna bait. Mortal Kombat Transformation shorts. Are you ready? I'm going to mute it because there's copyright Mortal Kombat music that's plays. Here we go. Oshas, I need you to rate these.
Okay, that's a 8.
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10, man.
Yeah, me likey.
8 out of 10 for us. If Ed Boon was not making the games, that's how that would look.
Probably.
Who's this beefcake?
Like Kano.
Okay, I'll give him Kano a 7. There's been better Kano designs, but I'll give him a 7. It looks gangster.
It's pretty solid.
That's solid. It's okay. Ooh, who's this?
Looks like Jade.
Jade is always in green, though.
Oh, okay, it's no.
Purple. Melina. Definitely an 8 out of 10 to 9 out of 10. Melina. Melina's newest designs suck. Like she I don't like them. But like this is definitely one I'd go for. I would say this is a 9 for Melina, considering how bad the new designs are.
Yeah, the new designs are pretty bad. Dairy says, I know what animes I like. Beasters. Never seen that one. Never seen that one. So that's Melina. Doesn't look like she squats much. Frost.
Look at those
Frost.
bars.
Oh, this is my guy. This is my guy.
Yeah, this is overkill though. This is supposed to be Jax. Come on. Can we
Hell
give Jax
yeah.
some subtlety? Like this is too much. It's too much.
Oh my god,
It's
this
too
is
much.
my
Okay,
guy.
now this looks dope.
God.
But he looked like that guy that was running in the highway. Who's that guy with the morning routine? He looks like
Oh
that
yeah,
guy.
that guy with the morning routine.
He looks like that guy. I'd give him
Yo,
a 7.
Jax.
Like a 7.
Jax is my
7.
favorite character. He is my in Mortal Kombat. He's my guy.
In
I
Mortal Kombat
love
3,
Jax.
he's my guy. Like I think all
I
other
love him in
Jax that have
all
come
the
up in
Mortal
Mortal Kombat 3
Kombats.
have sucked. Who's your favorite Jax?
My favorite. I don't think I have a. You know what? I think I'm gonna make that like a subsection
Yeah, go look
of
into
next week's show. I'm going to get all the Jaxes. I'm going to rank them, and you and Ty are just gonna have to sit there and be upset and call me gay, and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, best Jax is the one that wears the purple, which is Jax 3. It's Jax from Mortal Kombat 3. That's the best Jax.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure out how I can get pictures or even videos of all of them. Maybe make a quick edit, put it all together, and then I'll rank it from like worst to
Gotcha!
best. Jax.
Bwah, bwah. That's the Jax.
Okay, all right. Reezy says, "Hold up, look at those muscle mommies, dude." Women that squat. Like I've seen some people on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen it, Oshers. I've seen some people on Twitter go like, "Oh, if you like women that are muscular and go to the gym, you must be gay." Listen,
That's the same
I am
thing
the
I asked them.
I
Like,
am
why
the
are you gay?
gayest. I am the gayest man you have ever seen. If that is the rule.
No, man.
If
Like,
the rule is, if you like women that squat and clearly take care of themselves, like Jade Cargill, for example,
oh, Jade.
I'm gay.
Jade.
I'm gay. You can call
I've
me gay.
always
It's cool.
said this about Jade. Like, Jade is she's gonna elevate the game. Like, I think she is already elevated.
Bro,
the game.
she is the game. All right.
I actually care more
Johnny
about female
Cage.
wrestling than I do male wrestling at this point in time. Like, I don't care about.
Yeah, but you're a Guna. It's fine. It's fine.
Roman Reigns cares about
Re- Dairy mains Johnny Cage and all the MKs. That's cool. I main Jax all the time. I don't care whether he's nerfed or not.
If Sonya is not in it, then I main
Sindel?
No,
With that hair?
No, like I'm just trying to think. Oh yeah, like if I'm not maining Sonya, then it's probably going to be. No, I don't want to say Scorpion because that's everybody's choice. Scorpion. Geez, who's in all the games that I would?
Shang Tsung, Liu Kang.
No, okay, no. I suppose Sub-Zero is the other one that's always in all the games.
All right, Sub-Zero. All right, cool. Let's go back to the the transformations. God damn, Jax looks good. I'm sorry, we have to rewind it a little bit, just a little bit. He looks really good.
I worry about you sometimes.
Dude, look at that chest, bro. Look at his six pack, and he has the V. He has the fucking V going on. God damn, he looks good.
He's not on HGH.
He's probably on some type of drug, bro.
But not HGH.
Oh, Jax was the last one?
That was very short. Come on. Where's the
That
rest
was pretty
of the
short.
roster?
Sorry.
Where's Katana?
Sorry.
Katana.
Sorry.
Katana. Ooh. And then
That
the
was
movie,
pretty much it.
Katana was hot. She was a 9 out of 10, bro.
Ooh, Kitana.
Oh. The actress that played her was. I loved the actress that played Sonya. She was the former Miss USA or some shit like that. But like Katana crushed it.
We can tell. We can tell. Ty says Kang Lao. Ooh, okay. Kang Lao also is a good guy
Yeah,
to
because
main.
he watched that stupid ass show. He watched that he watched the crappy show where Kang Lao was the main guy. I think
Was the
that's what
main
I
dude. I'm forgetting it.
yeah.
Was
It
it
was
Shaolin
Mortal
Monks?
Kombat. Yeah,
I
it
think it
was
was
no, it
Shaolin
was
Monks.
Mortal Kombat Conquest. There was a
Ah,
series,
okay.
but it was just poorly produced. It was a very poorly made show.
Reezy says I want to see Rhea Ripley or Jade Cargill in Mortal Kombat. Dude, I haven't bought a Mortal Kombat game in forever. I would buy a Mortal
Yeah,
Kombat with Jade Cargill in it.
I
I'd
think
fucking
Jade
do it.
Cargill should model for the next Jackie Briggs. That's the perfect
Mm,
Jackie Briggs. Is Jade?
you know,
She'll crush it.
I think Jade should get her own like movie franchise.
No, I mean like if she's featuring, just like Ronda Rousey was there as Sonya Blade. If they want to bring her in as a character and model her after the likeness, then bring Jade
Mm-hmm.
as Jackie Briggs. She makes
Jax's
it perfect.
daughter.
Yeah. Or you could make her because she's actually dressed as this character. You could make her Jade. She's actually dressed as Jade, so you could actually also make her Jade.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
also a choice. That's
yeah.
also a choice. I think that will work.
Dorian Gray says I also loved Quan Chi. Oh my god, they oh my god. Derry says if they did that, I'd probably learn to play MK with one hand.
They should do it. Like I think Ed Boon is sitting on a lot of money there. You should do it. Like Jade,
Oh,
I've always been an advocate of like stop making the girls look so tame. Can we have hot girls in wrestling? Like 'cause that's what wrestling was always about. And they're finally doing it. They're allowing the girls to. Since McMahon left, funny enough, ironically, I feel that the female
I
talent in
think
the
McMahon was
WWE,
trying to compensate. I
yes,
think McMahon
hundred
was trying to
percent.
compensate for all the other stuff that he did before.
100%. Because now these girls are like out of the like they look fucking like they crushing it in terms of like when they go out there like those outfits. It's not those granny shit that they used to wear 2 years ago. Like it's not like that.
And
Like
the
they
crowd
are
pops.
fucking hot.
The
Yeah,
crowd
dude.
pops.
And I promise you, like the kind of pops that they're getting tells me that they actually, in terms of traction, in terms of like drawing audiences, which happened in the Attitude Era. What people forget about like who's that girl?
Dude, China?
No,
China
except China,
had
the
a lot
blonde.
of people on their knees. People like to act like, oh, men don't like muscular women. China had people on their knees
Mm.
in the crowd,
Yeah, the
bro.
best-selling cover for Playboy back in the 2000s.
Oh, people are messing
Who's
around.
this? Who's this? Brock Lesnar's wife, man. Like she was like the hottest.
I don't know who
At
that
that
is.
time. Yeah. I forget her name, but she was like there. Like all the divas that they call them at the time were fucking. They could draw as much money as Stone Cold and the Rock.
It was a
Sable.
different time. Oh yeah,
Yes,
Sable.
Fuzzy.
Yeah,
Yes. Like
yeah.
Sable was like if you go in and look at the ratings, Sable was like the highest, second highest rated after Stone Cold during that era. All her segments were through the roof. And I'm glad the girls are
Yeah.
being allowed to be sexy because for the longest time under Stephanie, I'm glad they fucking got Stephanie out of there. I think now that they like under this company, they much more they're being allowed to be more sexy with their brands, and it's working very well for them.
I think that I would disagree. I think they're being allowed to be more free. Like for
Yes, they
example,
can be sexier with their
Rhea
brand.
Ripley is not about the whole sexy thing, but
I don't get
she's
the
being
appeal.
allowed to. Sorry.
No, I say like she for me, yeah, she's alright. She's not really.
All
Like
right,
I
all
don't
right,
know,
all
like I
right.
just feel that the whole goth thing is played out, man. Like I mean, like we're in 2025. Can you do something more creative than being a goth thing? I prefer that when she was blonde and she still had more of her Australian like personality. Like this whole goth thing that she's been doing now, like it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't do with the tattoos. It doesn't do anything for me. Like it's like
It doesn't
yeah,
work for you, bud.
yeah, like
It doesn't work for
use
you.
that gimmick so many times, dude.
But
Like stop.
going back to Sable, She
Yeah.
gets the pop, brother. She doesn't
It's
do it for
fine,
you,
dude. It's
but
fine.
she gets the pop. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And
No,
at the
she's got a
bottom
good
line, that's what it's
following,
about.
but she's. I'm not a fan.
Dorian saying now Cody Rhodes' wife. Who's that? What's her name? Do you know who that is? Oshas, since you got the
I
Rhodes
know
list.
her. He's most married to a black woman. Cody Rhodes. That's why they
Cody
always
Rhodes
make.
married to a black woman.
That's why they make the memes like he's like a brother. Like they have you not seen like the brother, the Malcolm X memes. They always make like he's like. They always make these like he's got his black card like he's got.
What?
Yeah,
Cody
like
Rhodes
you don't
is
know
married
this about Cody
to a
Rhodes. Like
black woman.
there's entire memes about like him being black, like not being a. And again, his dad like.
Oh wow! I just googled Brandy Rhodes and yeah.
Yeah, like that's why like there's a
Mhm.
lot of brother memes about Cody.
God damn, this guy did not mess around. He went for like, he was like, all right, which one's the prettiest one?
Yeah, man.
Yo, she is pretty.
Cody's for real. Cody, like I've got respect for Cody. Plenty love.
All right, Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, his dad is Dusty Rhodes. Dusty is like the blackest white man you could find, and then wrestling back in the day. The dude was proper like in the culture. He knew what was what back in the day.
Hmm. Oh yeah, Daireezy, you're right. Jacqueline was stacked. Jacqueline was a problem. I remember Jacqueline.
For me.
Yo, all right, we're turning this into the wrestling podcast, which it is not. Speaking of which, we need to sort that out, Oshas.
Yeah,
all right.
We need to do a WWE.
WWE. Oh my god.
WWE. Yeah, we need to do a wrestling podcast.
Yeah, Fuzzy says he cut a promo back in AEW about race relations and his marriage, and he's been getting those memes ever since. Really?
Yeah, no, he's very.
I think I should go and watch this Cody Rhodes race
Cody
relations promo.
Cody's he's the dude. He's the guy.
All right. Before we go, Ushers, please tell people where they can find you and what you're up to.
So you can find me on X and you can find me on here, Oshus07 or Oz the Wiz. That is my wizard alias, as well as on Facebook on Xbox Players South Africa, the biggest Xbox fan group in South Africa. That's pretty much it.
Such a fraud. Such a fraud. Thank you guys so much for watching. We really do appreciate it. We thank you so much for supporting TSWS from the super chats, from the super chats to the random chats, your funny comments, the back and forths. We appreciate every minute of your non-refundable time that you guys give us every single Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday on TSWS. Thank you so much. And we will see you tomorrow for Mr. Ham Solo's stream of Mass Effect 2. He's working his way to the final mission. Y'all make sure, please, to come through and support him. And we can all celebrate and laugh when he starts crying after the final mission. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Cheers.
They said